To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Wow, what a 2025 Baja's Norra's Baja we have had so far. Stage number 4, it's done, it's over. It was a long one, it was one special, but it allowed the Riviera team to stay up on top with Robbie Gordon behind the wheel yesterday as that sits there on the starting line right now in beautiful Loreto, about to head on down to cover 308.90 miles, folks. My name is Sean Sermony, and I'm bringing you all the action all the way down to the last and final stage tomorrow in Cabo, as we've had a very exciting 2025 Norra's Baja. We've got up front our big trucks, our unlimited trucks, our buggies, our truggies, all of them right on top of one another. Mark Post's team, the Riviera team, along with Larry Ragland, Rob McCachran, Robbie Gordon, all those guys running up front, sharing the driving duties with that vehicle. And now they're about ready to take off the lead. Right now they have about a 4-minute lead over the vehicle behind them as they get ready to take off there. That's going to be Dave Mason Jr. behind him, and Brent Fox, Zach Langley, Eric Durham. That rounds out your top 5 right now. Big news in UTV world. There was yesterday, somewhere along the lines, unbelievable. I was watching this battle nonstop the last 4 days. It's been unfolding. It has been basically, it's kind of been the PJ Jones show. But behind him, there's kind of been like another show going on underneath behind everyone there, and that's been Max Gordon digging to catch him. Max Gordon was making up crazy ground yesterday. He had about 10 minutes to make up to get up to where PJ Jones was. Seemed like he was making that ground happen yesterday in the one very long special stage that we had going down from San Ignacio to Loreto. However, right at the very end, he ended up getting into transit. He got 2 rear flats at the same time. Very odd, slowed him up. However, it's looking as though right now Max Gordon, who is the, is the second UTV off the line, third UTV off the line after some, now I'm looking at some penalties here. So we have Travis Clark coming off the line in 8th. Then we have Thomas Purcell coming off in 14th, Max Gordon in 15th, PJ Jones in 17th, So I'm going to have to do some additional homework because things have just changed around here. And I got to find out what the penalties were. And I'm saying I know that there were some penalties. I got to find out exactly what they were as things have just changed right in front of me here. Right now we are off and running for our fifth stage out of 6 as we're heading down out of beautiful Loreto, making their way down to La Paz. This is a long one, folks. This is going to be 3 different specials. Special 1 is going to be 78.20 miles. Then they're going to get into Special 2 at 133.50 miles. In the last and final, the third special today from Loreto to La Paz, 97.20. So it is a long one. It's a total of 308.90 miles. So there's going to be some strategy put in here as far as we saw some of it yesterday as well, being such a long stage, but with, you know, your pitting, your fuel, things of that nature. So on board right now, look at the crowd all around. Every year in Loreto, there's always a great crowd at the finish line, always a great crowd at the start line as Dave Mason Jr. ready to rock and roll here. There is Callie, Mike Perlman's granddaughter right there, sending him off. She is just kind of to the left side of your screen right there in the white shorts. As we have everyone just right here on the line, very excited. Loreto draws them in every time. Loreto's such, you know, it's a vacation spot. It's a place people want to be. You want to go there. And oftentimes, a lot of these people are there, and they didn't realize there's an off-road race coming. They're usually there on the finish line every year, and a lot of these people are just kind of hanging out, have some cervezas, enjoying the view, and then they're like, whoa, what is this all about? And then in the morning, they all come back to check it out. So bright and early, ready to go. Dave Mason Jr. about ready to be off the line here. Here's some people, woo! As Dave Mason Jr. gets on the gas there in his Evolution Unlimited buggy. He is leading his class, and he is chasing down the Riviera team for the overall. Behind him, we will have back-to-back Evolution 6100s. That'll be Brett Fox and Zach Langley. Now remember, folks, this is, as always, it's a rally, so it's a timed race. So they are starting off right behind one another, but they have more time to make up. So let's say, for instance, right now, the Riviera team, they have roughly 4 minutes ahead of Dave Mason Jr. Then Dave Mason Jr. has roughly about 3.5 minutes ahead of Brett Fox. Then Brett Fox and Zach Langley, they're both in the same class. Those guys, we're talking overalls. These guys are in the same class, the Evolution 6100s. And there is about 4.5 minutes or so of Brett Fox has on top of Zach Langley. Then we get into Evolution pre-run buggies with Eric Dern, who's been having an excellent run. Bob Briggs doing the same thing in his historic truck and truggy. He's in P2 by class. There is Brent Fox. We have seen him lead so much of this race. And now getting down to the beginning of the 5th stage, he is in P3 overall. He's leading his class in the 6100s. He's been having an excellent NORRA. Very little issues for this team. They've really been on the gas. They've had their stuff together since day one when we left Ensenada. So there he is, off and running. As we have now, after this, getting into Zach Langley in the Cops machine in that 250. He'll be coming up next. You hear their Stella. When you hear that beeping, what that is, and you'll only hear that beeping when we go to an in-car camera. And that's their Stella is what that is in there. And the Stella is their navigation system and also for safety and things like that if they have a bad wreck or what have you. So you can hear them messing with that right there. And there is Zach Langley in the Cops machine in the 250. Ready to get it done. All right, so 250. Zach Langley ready to do the thing. All smiles when the Cops team came across the line yesterday. And, of course, you're going to see a lot of smiles out of these front runners here. These guys are having a great time. You know, it's not a huge surprise for those of you that follow NORRA's Baja over the years. Now, this is not every year, of course. Everybody has problems. Everybody has their ups and downs. But you often see these group of vehicles that are up top, Mark Post, Mason, Fox, Zangley, that stuff all makes sense. You know, so they're out there having a great NORRA. And then we get down to watching the Evolution pre-run buggy, Eric Duran having an awesome run. And you don't, all that time, you don't often see the pre-run buggies running this well. You know, there's almost any class out here within reason. We'll say 75% of the classes out here are capable of winning if they have a good run. And there is Mason Jr. already getting up to race pace and enjoying a beautiful morning racing out of Loreto. And there is Zach Langley right there. So exciting stuff right here for me and you at home. Maybe not that exciting for all the other competitors, as it is Steve Henschfeld who is driving the Cops number 250 off the line today. And while I say that, I'm not taking away from Zach Langley, but Steve Henschfeld, I mean, if you follow off-road racing, whether it's two wheels or four wheels, you know Steve Henschfeld, he's an absolute animal. He is a legend in two wheels and what he has done around the world. Henschfeld just very, very impressive. He knows off-road. He knows the pace to set. He knows what he could be running into. And granted, with NORRA, we are often running a lot of areas that they have never been on before and never seen. But at the same time, it's hard to not run an entire stage without being in areas that they have been before. And Steve Henschfeld, I would have to imagine, knows every little goat trail there is up and down this peninsula. So next up, Eric Duran in that pre-runner. Smiles for miles for him when he came in yesterday. He was very happy, very excited, gagging the throttle, thumbs up, laughing, and really enjoying himself here. Then you see off in the desert right there, there's Brent Fox getting after it early on. Really enjoying themselves out here. They have had such a wonderful run. Duran making his way out of Loreto. I thought it was kind of cool, a little bit of the oohs and ahs, if you will, from some of the spectators there that are not necessarily familiar with off-road racing or the big-time horsepower of these vehicles. There's Bob Briggs. What an effort he has put in, man. They have been really, really shining this whole race as well. Little to no problems. And after Bob Briggs, we get into Matt Cullen here in a minute. And Matt Cullen, he has got a story worth talking about. So Bob Briggs ready to go here in a moment. Sitting there is Callie, Mike Perlman's granddaughter, sending him off the line, having a great time. This is her first NORRA. 4 generations of Perlmans. 1967, Ed Perlman started this whole thing off. Mike Perlman took it over from there. Casey Perlman has been quite involved. And now Mike Perlman's granddaughter getting involved as well. The age of, I think, maybe 22. Old enough to do an amazing job, young enough to learn and be part of this for many years to come. Bob Briggs is off the line. So we'll be checking in and out of this vehicle all day long in an in-car cab with Bob. On board with Brent Fox. The one thing, and I've been mentioning this the whole race, we get to these onboard cameras, it doesn't do it any justice for the speed that they're carrying. There's areas here where they are really getting after it. But the onboard's it's just like anything on TV. Whether it's height or speed or anything along those lines, it's hard to really truly show just how fast it is or how violent it is or how exciting it is. But there's areas here. Yesterday, Robbie Gordon in the Riviera truck yesterday touched off 141, 142 miles an hour. I mean, that is moving out through the Mexican desert. Some would say almost too fast. So here we are, Matt Cullen, excuse me, Mike Honcho himself. I'm sorry, Matt Cullen. That's not Mike Honcho. I'm looking at the wrong name here. Cullen's, yesterday, it was Erica Sachs and her father that drove this, as they did the 2 days earlier. Erica Sachs, an absolute superstar in the navigational world. And it shows that yesterday I jinxed the team as they went into the very first turn. And I was talking about how great they are at navigation. They blew the turn. And then come to find out they actually lost the brakes and had to run the entire way down into Loreto yesterday by pumping the brakes the whole time. That is a big effort, and you have to be extra careful. And your calls as a navigator have to be early, and you have to be very mindful of, hey, I don't have brakes, and we're in the triple digits. So now about to come off the line here is Travis Clark. Travis Clark is the first UTV, but he is in the Evolution Pro UTV Class 10 in his Polaris Racer. Travis Clark about to take off here. He has been moving on up and doing very, very well. Beautiful shot right there. And we go back to the line here with Travis Clark, driver of record. And we're going to get some more information. The UTVs have brought, hands down, some of the most exciting battles so far for this NORRA. And there has been many different people involved in making that story so exciting. It has not just been a couple-man team to do that. And so, very, very cool stuff. Bob Briggs, Letnery early on this morning. And there is Travis Clark off and running, lead UTV in Class 2. Behind Travis Clark, there's going to be the Jimco Fastball Pre-Runner. They are in the Evolution Heavy Metal class. This team's been run by Bobby Patton and Rob McCachran. And let's just take a moment and let's listen right into navigation of the Cullen team early on this morning.
Left, letter right. back left. Longer left. Then it goes back to the right, a little tighter. Back to the left, under the bridge. They're good.
And as we leave Collins to do their thing, we're back to the start with the fastball race team. In there, Jimco. As they are about ready to be off the line. Bobby Patton, teammates with Rob McCachran. And yesterday, 2 days ago, Rob McCachran having the opportunity, as he should, to be part of that superstar team in the Riviera truck. As God knows, Rob McCachran has earned that down here as he's Baja royalty. And McCachran took that truck and just moved that much farther forward. And then yesterday, Robbie Gordon getting in it as well and doing the same thing, gaining even more ground. So those two competitors really crushing it, along with Larry Ragland and Mark Post and Brent Bowman. Now we see a shot off of the distance with the drone. One of many that we're going to use to give you today's coverage of Stage 5 as we are heading south. This is a long one, folks. This stage today, or not this, no, let's back up the bus. The way this is going to work is they're going heading due south, but a lot of zigging, a lot of zagging. Then they're going to bring that all the way into Mexican Highway 1, and it's down there a ways. And they are back and forth across the center of the peninsula, east to west, west to east, back and forth numerous times. We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, zigzagging back and forth 6, 7 times before they finally get down to La Paz. It's a very long run. And it's going to be a grueling run as well, as James Griffin III ready to do his thing. James Griffin III, also in the Evolution 6100 class. He is in 4th place in class, running 10th overall out of everybody in the Armada 6100. And there is your lead UTV. Travis Clark out there getting it done, making moves. Continuing on to the start, Dave Taylor. He's been moving on up. He's in the Evolution pre-run trucks in his Ford F-150. Taylor starting off in the 11th position. It's about 30 seconds or so behind his competitor in front of him by time. And looking for other competitors in the Evolution pre-run trucks. And I believe he, Dave Taylor, is leading his class. Dave Taylor, super good guy. Ultra 4 racer as well. And now we hop on board with the first shot of our safaris today. I've been telling you for 4 days, now I'm going to tell you for 5 days. Come on down here, you guys. All you need is a 4-wheel drive truck or car. Just 4-wheel drive. That's all you need. Come on down and join us in the safari class. It's fun. It's safe. Beautiful views. And these guys here, they've been having a blast all week long. Herm Duran in the Curry 2023 Evolution pre-run buggies off the line in 12th spot. Pretty consistent run for Durham. And there we are back out in the desert where the action is going to heat up early. And I'll tell you, speaking of heating up, it's going to be a warm one out there today. Majority of today's racing is happening right down the center of the peninsula. So there's, I believe that is the fastball competitors right there in the Jimco. Off in the distance, I believe, until I get my glasses on, I think that is Brent Fox. I could be wrong. We'll know here in just a moment when we get a little closer. No, Fox is now in transit. So they got a quick run before they get into transit. And for those of you in Loreto that are not familiar with off-road racing and are there watching the start, thank you so much for being here with us today. And let me explain to you what I mean when I say transit. They have the parts of the course where they are racing, and then they have areas where they have to transit on public roads. And then they have to follow the rules of the road, just like you do in your car, until they get back to the race course. In the spots that are in between the course is what's called the transit. Now, taking this green flag is Thomas Purcell. Thomas Purcell in the Evolution Pro UTV Class 10 and is the second UTV overall. Thomas Purcell is going to be followed by right there, Max Gordon, about ready to rock and roll. So Max Gordon, the first of the Evolution Production Turbo UTVs. So he is leading his class now over PJ Jones. Max Gordon getting pretty handsy in that car early on. Very odd for him yesterday to be going through a speed zone and then all of a sudden, badoof, two rear flats in a speed zone at the exact same time. Super weird. Now off the line. Getting on the brakes a little bit there. Cesar Cuevas in the Evolution Pro UTV Class 10 behind Max Gordon. He's the meat and the sandwich between Gordon and PJ Jones. PJ Jones will be the next one off the line. Jones leading the majority of this UTV race, almost overall for the UTVs, and certainly by class in the Evolution Production Turbo UTV. So there is the PJ's Performance entry, driven by none other than PJ Jones. PJ Jones, I know those who've been listening all week, you understand this, but for those just tuning in, PJ Jones, his father Parnelli Jones, a huge star in motorsports in his day, just as PJ Jones has been in NASCAR, IndyCar, Stadium Super Trucks, short course, you name it. PJ Jones has been involved in it and has won in it. And that same thing goes for him and off-road racing down here in Baja. Nice shot of what I believe is Thomas Purcell right there. In the Triple Deuce team, the 222. And there is Greg DiStefano, 18th off the line. Considerably back from where he started yesterday. We do know that we lost Greg DiStefano. Somewhere along the line he had some problems, and I lost coverage of him. And there we are. Nice shot of Max Gordon just getting his race underway. Down under the bridge there, where there's always a lot of fans.
124 feet.
On board with PJ Jones and his navigator. Only a couple miles into the 308.90 miles they're going to cover today. Next stop, La Paz. Listen to the combination of the UTVs, and then also hearing some big horsepower as well. And then that Polaris Razor, completely different sound. So I'm being told in my ear that PJ Jones is ahead of Max on overall time for the UT. On that exact topic, that would be greatly appreciated, because I am baffled of why PJ Jones is starting behind Max, but yet is ahead of Max by time. There is Trevor Glidden. Trevor Glidden has been doing his thing the whole race. He's now started 21st. He's been around that area. He's actually getting better. He's moving on up. As far as Evolution Heavy Metal, he is leading his class. He was in second. Let me make sure I'm right here. Evolution Heavy Metal is, no, I'm sorry. Bobby Patton still is up there in 9th overall, but he is leading the class. So still in a second place position right now for his Norra's Baja. So not a bad run at all for Glidden. are off the line with Randy Minier. There's a Lumograph Grande 2022.
200 square left. There's cones up there. Okay.
Let's just take a moment here. As we saw them do this yesterday too. They start warming up the Navigator right off the bat here.
Now we're going to stay on this street until we drop into the wash, and it's the end of the speed zone. How far is that?
So you hear him saying, we're going to stay on this street until we get to the end of the wash. And that's going to... So Minier off the mark there, Hunter behind him as well. There's one of those Jackals out there. The Jackals are pretty gnarly vehicles. Kyle Vestermark at the 24th starting spot, but now hovering right around that area, doing their best to get further up the ladder in Evolution Production Turbo UTV. Vestermark having some trouble early on in the race, several stages ago, a few days ago. Now seems to be relatively consistent, I do believe, but still a little shaken. His times were anyways, maybe not him, but times by having a bad day or two coming out of Ensenada and San Felipe.
Straight for 200.
On board
Then left 3 to 4.
right now
Left 3 to 4. Okay. Open.
with Minier.
Slide brake right. And then 100 to it. Yep. On course. On course. You okay? You okay? Right, yeah. We're fine. Okay, left 3, left 3.
Sounds like you might have got something in his eye there or something.
Open straight.
I mean, when you got such a talented and detailed navigator, what do you need your eyes open for? As Minier digging along, they've been having a great NORRA as well. Always a lot of fans right here under the bridge in this area. As they head off into the desert, it's a nice, mellow, somewhat cool morning. It's not going to last that long. It's going to be hot out in the center of the peninsula as the day rolls on. Then after Vestermark, Benjamin Crawford, Andre Lauren, Tom Watson. So there we are in the Evolution 6100. Andre Lauren. I think that might be the fastball team we're looking at right there. Then after the Evolution 6100, it is Tom Watson in his Pro UTV Class 10. And that's a good-looking machine right there. And the Evolution 3-run buggies of Evan Duran. So, as we are bringing you the news for the race, normally it has to do with race competitors and things, I have something new for you. For all of you chase teams, for all chase teams, anyone that has to do with NORRA that is on the highways and on the roads, for those of you that are here visiting in Loreto and you're just here on vacation or doing your thing, 55 kilometers south of Loreto, there is a cement truck rolled over. And it is causing a bit of an issue. So please keep your eyes out for that coming up. But for everyone that is heading south on the highways and on the roads, 55 kilometers south of Loreto, we have a full-size cement truck playing turtle. It is upside down. So please take caution when getting into that area. Meanwhile, on board in the big screen to your left, navigating, that is Brent Bauman. Larry Ragland is driving. Yeah, I was told it'd be differently, but I see the sleeves and I know it's Larry. So awesome shot of them just doing work as that lead team has been just getting after it. Now that's really doing such an amazing job all the way down the peninsula. You see him right there. Which way are we going? There it is. Got that locked in. As right now, Fab School bringing you all the action here for day 5 of the 2025 NORRA Baja. So there we are, coming offline now. That is none other than Donald Cowboy Cerrone. Had an opportunity to have an interview with him yesterday. He's been having a great time with his buddy down here, a friend of his. Sold his company, says went out and bought a Can-Am just to have fun. Called Donald up, said, hey man, I got a Can-Am, you wanna go ride? Donald said, no, I wanna go race. And the guy said, race it? Well, yeah, he wasn't joking. And here he is now, down here in the middle of the Mexican desert. And it seems like they are all having an amazing time. So I'm checking this out right here on our navigational portion of the deal. As all of our lead competitors have dropped down into the wash, the majority of them on their way out and really starting to get digging. There is, however, one slow speed zone in there. Is now, is this already Cerrone? I'm not sure, but I believe it is already Donald Cerrone with a problem.
The shot.
Oh. Well, I guess we put it on a trailer.
All right. I'm going to just take a moment, be quiet. Let's listen to what Donald and his co-driver have to say. We might learn something here.
Did he?
Nope.
Snapped right at the bottom of the shaft.
What's that?
It just snapped at the bottom of the shaft.
It's into the race course.
Well, whatever it is,
I'll text him.
I believe they're done. Smile on his face. Might even be, and I'm kind of joking, kind of being serious, might even be a little sigh of relief. As we go to some of our YouTube comments, let's see what we've got to work with here. 214, wow, they said. That's from John ever sold. Fab School, we are here for every racer. This John Eversole says, Norrra needs to talk to Terrible Herps about bringing the Landshark Truggy to Norrra and Baja, matching the popularity of this race. Hey, I don't disagree with you, John. That's certainly not a bad idea. Speed Brander. Production Jackal sounds cool. Yeah, that Jackal does. Jackals are cool, man. They really are. Gotta love Blockbuster Video, says someone. All right, and moving on. I was trying to see more of those comments, but Sebastian here in my studio is just not allowing me to do that. Sebastian, buddy, help a brother out. There we go. Jess, he says, he's Jeff Manny Gonzalez. I don't know why the number 7 started early yesterday. There were some other factors, I guess. But the top vehicle starting from the fastest previous day times. Yeah, I understand that as well, and I'm trying to figure some of that stuff out myself, Jeff. What else we got there, Sebastian? All right, so now out there in another UTV, and I believe that's Treehouse racing for ALS. Let me see where they started off on the start line. Yep, they started 31st off the line. Joris Hitt, still digging. So right now we are sitting at 8:43. Which puts us with Alfredo just coming off the line. Lawrence Walton next. Tim Pangborn will be the 37th. Brad Lovell will be the 38th in his Ford Performance, Ford Bronco. So that's coming up right around the corner. Meanwhile, out here in the pre-runner, getting it done. And there is Lawrence Walton. So we are now almost 40 competitors heading out on course for another long, grueling day. But this has 3 different specials in it. At least with it not being one long special like yesterday, there will be those opportunities to get those breaks in between. I believe that is the, no, it's not the 20, it's the 29 vehicle, I believe. And at 8:45, that machine right there, I believe is Mark McMillan. Blake Wilkie going to be coming up shortly if we haven't seen him already. He has been moving up the ladder quietly without us noticing. Very impressive for Wilkie. There is the Ford Performance, Ford Bronco. Brad Lovell. They've been having a heck of a NORRA as well. Making their way out into the desert on board with them. What a cool vehicle it is. And I just love that Ford is so involved with not just off-road racing and not just racing, but I love that they truly use what happens out here, whether it be good or bad. You know, they want to come out and they want to be able to win by class. You know, they want to see some good results. But at the same time, Ford truly uses the positive and the negative of the experiences of what happens with testing different parts and products and vehicles and things, and they put that towards the car, the truck that you get off the showroom floor. And Ford Performance has been doing that for a long time, and it shows. And I think that's pretty awesome. All right, now behind that Ford Performance vehicle of Brad Lovell is Joe Bolton. Brad Halco in the Speed UTV will be off in the 40th spot. Bob Briggs continuing, I should say, to have an amazing race. Sometimes it just all comes together. Sometimes it's very difficult. The occasional ups and downs here and there, but for the most part, Bob, I think, has got to be very excited with the way things have been going for him so far this year. Brad Helko's off the line. We see we got that. I believe the content aware team stopping. He's somewhat abrupt stop there. Now they're off and running. Meanwhile, on the inset smaller screen on your right, we are on board right now. Over 40 vehicles out on course so far, Bob Briggs being one of them. Here's Stella pigging on and off. Getting into that speed zone. I believe Brad Lovell. Yes, it is. So Brad Lovell looking good, headed on out. Still digging on, getting out there. We got a pretty good section of racing. And now we're on board with Larry Ragland in the Mark Postmobile in the Riviera. shot of Brad Helko as we're on board with the Riviera team. So here we are for the first time riding along with Brad Helko, for the first time today, I should say. Those of you just joining in a little late today, we are on the beginning portions of day number 5 of the 2025 NORRA's Baja. We are leaving Loreto, sadly. We hate to see it go, we hate to leave. We love it here. But we're heading on down to La Paz, another beautiful town. We are right now at 8:52 a.m., which means we are exactly 77 race cars on course. It happens very quickly. So 77 cars on course. It won't take long until everybody is out there and running again, and we got a doozy today, folks. 308.90 miles. That is an absolute beast of a run here for NORRA. And that'll be broken up in 3 specials. Special number 1 will be 78.20 miles. Special 2, the long one right in the middle. A lot of meat in this sandwich. 133.50 miles. And then 97.20 miles on the back end of this as we roll into La Paz. So, moving right along, another UTV out here on course. That is hands down our biggest classes, without a doubt, and has been for the last few years now, is the UTVs. UTVs taking over the off-road world by storm a few years back and making for huge, very competitive classes. There's the 303 of Dave Sykes. Creeping through town. There's a nice drone shot showing you a little bit of what's happening just outside of Loreto, down in the wash. We had a ton of spectators out there early in the morning today, watching some of the big gnarly trucks take off the line. Some of those oohs and ahs, because that's how it was happening as they were leaving the line, especially for some of these spectators that were here watching that are not familiar with off-road racing. I think they caught some of that by quite a surprise. I thought that was quite cool. Now, about to come off the line. It is. Should be, I should say. Henry Matt Johnson. About to take off. I do believe that is who is on the line right now. And then we look out in the desert. That is such a rad Bronco. Nasty. Just a mean truck, and it sounds good. music to my ears, if you will. On board with Helco. And when we get with the speed team and we get a pit area, whether it be Even Yendel, Stephen Kendall, Kyle Robbins, or any of the boys, let's see if we can't get Helco to get that, whatever it is, from flapping around in front of that camera. Looks like it probably is an air hose. But I know it has another home because it hasn't been there until today. The air hose needs to go to its home. Well, this is not how it's supposed to be done. That's how this team is doing it. Excuse me. I believe this is the Cerrone team. LaHoff and Cerrone. They are stopped. That's what I'm thinking. I know they're stopped, and I know they had a major issue, and I know they were kind of giggling about it. And that thing has definitely got a bit of a funky lead to it. So it looks like now like Cowboys hopping in. So they're going to try to get the weight off that. Looks like the left front. Creep it out of the desert. So you can see it. It's definitely the left front, which is probably one of the A-arms or what have you. Something's not right there in the front end. Could be a ball joint or something, or a shock mount, or you know, there's several different things that could happen to make it look like that. Luckily, they're not too far out of town. It's so funny because, you know, Cerrone tells his buddy, well, you just got a brand new Can-Am, let's go race the thing. Now it's slightly used, one owner. On board with PJ Jones. Led the majority of the race. From what I'm being told, he is still leading the race by time. Now we still got a decent handful of vehicles to come off the line here. There is another Speed UTV running all the way down the peninsula. All right, so 901. We have now 80, going on 84 vehicles out on the course. Mike Perlman's granddaughter Callie there, waving them off, and I would imagine Mike Perlman is probably sitting right across the way there, out in front of the hotel, in a comfy chair, watching all this go down. Now, it's been a little while yet. We're 40-some minutes into the deal here today. So what do you say, folks? We hop to the tracker for the first time and see what's going on with our front runners. I would have to imagine it's going a little bit better than it is for the Hoff and Cerrone team right now. You would hope. Just bear with me for a moment here, and we're going to do a little bit of homework and just see where they're at. Well, I don't know why I act surprised every day, but they are covering some ground so fast again. Every day, I'm blown away by where they are when I wait a little while at the beginning of the race. Here we are on board with Fox. Right now, Fox started off in P3 today, off the line. Currently still in the third position. It is still looking like it is Larry Ragland, Basin, Fox. Then we get into the Cops team, the 250. So far, so good. No changes right there. Then we get into Bob Briggs and Cullen. So as far as our leaders go, no changes yet. Let's look back into UTVs. Now we have a bullseye, I should say, on Max Gordon because PJ Jones is now following him on course. So PJ Jones just got around the 1811. The 1811 of Cesar Guavez. In his Class 10 Pro UTV. So PJ Jones has got his eyes set on Max Gordon, and he's coming for him. This has been an ongoing battle now this is the 5th day where these guys have been getting after it. (9:05 a.m.) Alan Engelbert about ready to come off the line. Now we hop on board in just a moment with two of our leaders about to come up as we see Engelbert leaves the start line of Loreto. Did his pre-runner, the 1944. Beautiful shot there. As we switch over to another beautiful shot of Brent Fox and Larry Ragland. I'm going to be quiet for a minute here. Just let these guys do their thing. We'll listen in on them. Kind of a slow, tight area. Maybe we won't do that if we don't have the proper audio right there. Some of it could have to do with all the trees, cactus, and mountains around. So now looking at almost pushing 100 vehicles out on course. We're going to be there within 10 minutes. These drone shots are pretty impressive of the amount of landscape they can cover. As we're now looking at the start line and off early on in the race here, as we are preparing to get into our camera shots number 2. As shot 1 is down in the wash, shot 2 is a little further down course. Looks like that is Craig Belfato. Off the line. Victor Bolton, Alex Earl are the next to come. One of our 4-seaters digging off for the desert, and then off the line right there, big old stretched out pickup truck. That would be for 909. Is that a Jeep Commando? Is that what that was? Odd looking truck. So you see him now, Ford Performance bringing to the action here. Cars stopped on the bridge, people getting out, everybody watching the race cars go by. Exciting day for Loreto. Got a beautiful sunny day, as it often is in Loreto. Great racing going on with the 2025 NORRA Baja. We got the majority of the competitors having a great run. LaHoff and Cerrone got a broken car, one cement truck upside down. Other than that, everything's good. See him kind of disappear right there in that shot. I see what happened there in that last shot here. Here it comes now. The last competitor that came through here didn't stay on course. He got out of Angel's shot. My boy Angel down there trying to make it happen, and the car in front of him went off course and disappeared. On board right now with the Cullen team. As we're listening on them, I got to go back here and do a little paperwork. It's get a couple things locked in for you so I can give you some proper information.
Kind of fade to the right up here. Little right coming up.
Continuing on here, I'm looking to see where a few of our competitors that were somewhat front runners yesterday, I believe, have not started yet, and I'm looking into that right now and seeing where they sit overall here. You know, Benjamin Button has dropped back considerably. If he is starting, he's starting at 127th. Dave Cole not having the run he would like. He'd be at 123 if he's restarting. So just taking a look at some of the competitors I expected to be a little further up, but due to obviously some bad luck, that's not what's happening to them, and that is racing at Baja, and that is NORRA. Cool looking truck right there. Much different from anything else that we have out on course. And here we are back with that red pre-runner. We've seen them on and off all week long. Still having a good race. And then I believe here is our first bug off the line. And I think off of the distance, it's Blake Wilkie. Let's take a look here by time, 8:14. So it's not, it's going to be Juan Avila. It is the 11:57. I don't know, that looked pretty shreddy to me. The 11:57 of Blake Wilkie, and yes, it was. So he is now off the line, looking good. I've made the mistake of going by the times that were originally scheduled here. We're only at 9:15, so that is Blake Wilkie off the line, Steve Geis behind him, Glenn Kirby. Rick Hurricane Johnson will be the 70th spot, so that makes a lot more sense now. On board, front and back, with Larry Ragland in the Postmobile. So through a slower, tight section, possibly even a speed zone maybe by the pace that they're going. One of two Yamaha UTVs in the mix that are in the field here this year for 2025. There he is. That's a cool vehicle right there, just getting started. They got a long ways to go. We're going to get on back to our tracker because I know our leaders are making up some ground pretty quickly. And once again, I find myself surprised with the distance that they cover. So right now our leader's about halfway to getting over to Highway 1. As we hop back on board with Max Gordon, who is consistently pushing it. On the gas with that in-car camera on him. He has been making up ground all day yesterday, trying to do the same today. He is physically in front of PJ Jones. I'm being told he's behind by time. I'm yet to figure that out, how that's working. But now that we're out on course, it'll start making more sense because it doesn't necessarily matter where they are on course. It's all about their time. All right, there's another shot of one of our two Yamahas. Two of those Yamaha entries. I think they're both out still and running. And there's another shot of Blake Wilkie. I was saying he's coming off the line in 67th today. Some would say, well, that's not amazing, but it is amazing when he was back over 100 a day or two ago with some pretty major mechanical issues. But he's able to keep that thing going and moving up through the pack. Now it is Robbie Gordon in his UTV. Robbie's a busy man, running the Riviera truck with Raglan, Post, and McCachran, and racing a UTV, bouncing back and forth in duties with that. And of course, the head man in charge with Speed UTV and keeping all of his competitors or all of his Speed UTVs moving down the peninsula. So a very, very busy Robbie Gordon, and it seems to be going well as everybody's continuing on and making their way down to the last and final finish. On board right now with Zemek and the Jackal. Zemek nice and calm today, as we spend all NORRA long in the 935 in that 2021 R&R Jackal. And then we have another bug here. That makes sense now. It's all coming together. This is Blake Wilkie's main competition right here. And they should be, I thought it was going to be back-to-back Volkswagen bugs here. I'll see if I can get a number on it, because right now we had them starting one behind the other. Oliver Clemente and then Kent Thigerson. See if I can get a number here. Questionable. I believe that was Kent Thigerson. We have the 1100 of Oliver Clemente and Kent Thigerson in the 10 or the 1150. There we are, back to back. Now we're making sense. So those are Blake Wilkie's closest competitors, and they're not that far off of him. I believe Blake Wilkie, starting earlier on this week, had some troubles. I know for a fact he did. I saw him on the old Instagram working on his vehicle. He was behind in those competitors. He's made his way up past them. By class. Staying very consistent. And there is Robbie Gordon, the number 7. One of the busiest, most hardworking men in motorsports right there. Couple dusty shots out there. It's going to be a pretty dry day as they continue on into the middle of the peninsula. As I take a look, go to the tracker, checking in on our leaders. No changes so far. We are still with Post, Mason, Fox, I think Langley and Duran. And that seems to be what's happening right now, so they have not had any changes there. Callie getting ready to send him off the line. As now we get into what I believe is that buggy right there of Midier. Midier with some good navigation. Let's listen in on him and see how their day is going.
50, right too short. Right two over this crest. 100 left 3 short. Then 100, caution, right to left twisty, it's like a chicane.
So you hear the calls coming out nice and calm, smooth, calling ahead plenty of time, making it happen. Now looking down the line here. As far as how many competitors we have yet to go to get out on course. That bug sounds pretty nasty. I'm not gonna lie. That thing sounds mean, and it looks like it's working well. Another kind of a pre-runner bug. I didn't catch the number on it, but they are not in the regular Volkswagen class, I can promise you that. As doing our best to give you the coverage all the way across, all the way down the peninsula. This is a long run and not easy for us to cover all of it. 308 miles, basically 309 miles, what it is. And it is very spread out and it zigs and zags all over the place. So we're gonna do our very best to give you all the coverage we possibly can. And here we are with our very first shots from Robbie. Racing 2 different vehicles, overseeing the maintenance and race plan and logistics of numerous others just this week alone. Robbie Gordon's got to be hungry because he's got a full plate to deal with, as he often does. Robbie Gordon in some dust already. No big surprise to think that he's already started to catch some competitors. When things are going well, he's lightning fast. That is not the same bug that my brother went to the dead shows in back in the 80s, I can tell you that. That is wild. Pulling off the line there, I just caught a glimpse of it that looked more like it was almost like an Ultra 4. Good looking buggy out there. One of the vintage machines. there's the second of the two Yamaha entries. Both of them still trugging along. Callie counts them down. She says, get out of here. She's going to throw her arm right out of her shoulder socket. So I'm looking to see here, we got three vehicles pretty close to one another. They must be early on and getting into, I thought into that speed zone early, but these competitors must be a little farther up. That is an old Bronco. I think it's the 79 is what I'm being told in my ear. And that is, yeah, James Sedge in the 93 Ford Bronco. But it's odd. I'm trying to figure out what happened there because that's very close to the start line. 33 vehicles right on top of one another. Speaking of being on top, being on, excuse me, on top of their game this whole race right here is PJ Jones. Jones having an epic battle. So far for 4, now going into 5 days. Trying to keep a hold of the lead or stay up near the front. So the old Bronco, and then the 1994 Toyota. Still making its way south down to the promised land, being Cabo. So all these guys digging through. And it looks like, I'm trying to get a number on there. Is that the 1073? I believe. 1073, maybe 1013. 1073, I believe. Alan Engelbert in his custom class 10, 2013. He's also the Evolution class 10. Behind him will be Simon Edwards. Steve Tucker to follow. So, Callie and her boyfriend Eric getting ready to send them off. Have the time of their life down here in Norra. A big shot of a huge, somewhat barren desert. Just full of all different forms of race cars today. As they are making their way through special stage number 1, consisting of 78.20 miles. And I'm going to dig down to the tracker here. our leaders, physical leaders, still out front. We are still looking at Ragland into 3. I believe, oh, look at this. It's telling me right now that we have gotten a physical pass. Brent Fox in front of the 165 of Dave Mason Jr. Not a big surprise. These guys have been passing each other back and forth all NORRA long. On board with Larry Ragland. Brent Bauman, the navigator, has a very special way about the way he does things. He's always got his hand right up there, rides with his arm resting up on the navigation system. I noticed that years ago, and that's kind of his MO. That's how he does it. As we can't hear him, but you know he's talking through his hand signals. A little bit of confusion right there for the number 3. I tell you, if that's the kind of mistakes that they're making, then they are all set. Because that was mine, and they didn't even lose any time. Just kept digging. Wow. You know, the thing is, when you're first on course in a race like this that you haven't pre-run, you don't know where you're necessarily going. There's no tire tracks to follow. You're not the 100th vehicle, so you just kind of know where to go. It's not an easy task right there. And there she is, Callie waving them off, but not the big start she was hoping for. That was kind of a wah, wah, wah. Very energetic. Certainly seems to be having a great time with it. And there is the number 23 leaving Loreto. Now we're back on board with PJ Jones. You can hear a little bit of their navigation, not much.
Hard right after it. Hard right here. Hard right here.
That last week we saw coming off the line. That was that Jeep Commando, Alex Earl. Now racing for an overall, but racing for a class win. PJ Jones, wicked battle with Max Gordon, and now that battle has turned into more than just a two-way battle. It's between Max and PJ right now. Kyle Vestermark in third spot. Benjamin Crawford in the fourth spot. Cowboy Cerrone in the fifth. But Cowboy out as of right now. We don't know if they're going to get repaired to get rocking. Look at that great looking Bronco, that Ford Bronco. Not a scratch on her. All the way down, 4 stages covered, racing the actual race course, the whole thing in that stock Bronco, and not a scratch on it. That is impressive. Couple more bugs right there. All right. Still getting cars off the start line. I see more coming around the corner. We are down near, I'm looking for the 23 car, Alex Irwin, Chad Smith, Seskalowski, James Saunders, Brandon Hearn, Boyd Janes, Juan Avila, George Berta, Larry Trim. Those are the ones that are on the line and get ready to take off here. All right. Those are some cool looking lights. We're going to hang out and take a look at them. Pretty trick, awfully bright because it is a beautiful, bright, sunny day in Loreto. And those lights are just lighting it up that much brighter. Pretty cool stuff right there. As Callie counting them down. Having a great time down here at her first NORRA. And as some of these race vehicles are starting to struggle, some of them having some DNFs, some of them having some mechanical failures and getting fixed, a little louder than they were before. Not gonna lie to you, the same is going on with my office chair I'm using right now. I must be riding this thing pretty hard because it's got some new squeaks and things to it. I hope we're not picking it up on the mic. She was a runner before. Now the thing has got almost 5 days of me bouncing around in commentary in the studio in it, not sitting still. On board with Bill Zemek and that amazing Bronco. Apologies for that. Bill Zemek creeping through this area here. And another one of our smaller vehicles ripping along there. Not far outside of Loreto from the start. And there is what I believe is that Jeep Commando. In that Commando. That's a relatively long week out there in that bad boy, and so is that. In that two-seater. Thing sounds like it's running like a champ, though. And there is the 835 of Hearn. I love his font. I love the size of his letters and numbers. Beautiful. Every time we go to that shot with that woman sitting on the bench, it just makes me think life is like a box of chocolates. She's been sitting there for some time now. And it looks like we've got our two Porsches still running together towards the rear of the line of vehicles here. And then behind that, we have the Perlman entry of the Meyer Makes. There is the 301 off the line right there. Larry Trim. Okay, so there is the number 9, Myers Manx. And we have Myers Manx out here, of course, vehicle of choice for Mike Perlman and Lisa, and everybody involved. What's going on here with our Ford Bronco guys? Kind of had a funky line right there. I mean, hands down, a funky couple of fellas piloting this bad boy. As they are letting it eat right now, starting much further back than they had hoped. Struggling through this 2025 Norris Baja. Brent Fox still running up in the front pack. Brent Fox at one point, the tracker was saying that he was in front of the 165, but now that has changed and the 165 has pulled big time on Brent Fox as we're on board with Larry Ragland. Finishing up that special. Special number 1 of 3. So for Ragland, it's soon to be for Dave Mason Jr. and Fox. They have the first 78.20 miles handled. This next special, 2 of 3, is going to be 133.50 miles. The 50 UTV. That is none other than James Saunders. Saunders starting back a little further back than he'd like. And it's looking to me as though Saunders, James Saunders is probably going to receive a penalty. Because I think it seems though he should have been off the line. Saunders should have been off the line 95th.
¿Está bien?
But he went off the line behind Sean Barber and Brett Livingston. They were 113th, 114th. So once again, just speculating, but I do believe that Saunders may have not made it to the line in time. And then we'll have to bite off a penalty of 30 minutes plus however long he was late. Now, I'm not in Loreto. I'm just going by the rules and what I see in our tracking system. The 1333. And here we are on board with Treehouse Racing for ALS. So these guys with the Treehouse Racing team have had a pretty decent run. They have had some ups and downs. We know that yesterday they had at least one flat because with roughly, I'm saying roughly, about 40 miles or so to go in the race, they ended up stopping at a very busy 90-degree right-hand turn where a lot of teams were waiting. And their flat spare was taken off the back of the car and a new spare was put on. So somewhere out in the desert, they didn't handle that. So we know they've had at least one flat. You can't see it, but I can tell you that I think the 1116 Volkswagen Bug has now entered the chat. They're on the track and digging out. So we now have, I think all of the Volkswagens that are left are out here and doing their thing. Here's our single-seater entry, one of them. So I'm taking a look now as we are off in the desert. I don't think that's the Perlman vehicle. That's number 9. So another Myers-Manx. Myers-Manx winning the first ever NORRA race back in 1967. And another one of these bugs. They are serious vehicles. They are so cool. So it's going to be very difficult today with such a long course, but our camera crews are doing their best to leapfrog one another. And I hope that's going to be happening. We'd like to be able to bring you good coverage all day. And yeah, you think you just saw a guy on a bicycle just cruise by slowly right in front of one of those Porsches? You're right, you did. That was a stupid thing to do. And I think it's even funnier because I know the speakers in Loreto, and that dude on the bike probably just heard me. Yeah, puts a smile on my face. All right, digging right along, folks. I just don't like it when people do silly things on race courses and then racing gets a bad name. When it has nothing to do with the race, it just has to do with people and spectators not paying attention. And it's weird because paying attention is free. It actually doesn't cost a dime. So, right now there is the number 80 driver record is Mike Perlman. We have several competitors involved with this vehicle. As they are in that buyer's mix, the thing still looks as beautiful as it was on day one. Mike Perlman, Richard Cushman. So I'm hearing in my ear, Super Val, if you're listening, I heard you say transmission. I'm confused on what we're talking about, but if you could give me that rest of that information, I would love to hear it. There is one of our two Porsches. Seems as though these guys have kind of been running together out there. It sounds crazy. Seems crazy to me that we could be running this many days and all of a sudden they're still just starting one in front of the other. So not his first time down here racing Baja, down here every year for the 1000 for a couple of years now. The 1115 Bug. Still digging here. That 1115 would be Cole Bradburn. Cole Bradburn in his V-Dub. And now with a little more speed and a lot more action is the Cullen team.
Then back right.
So it looks like the Navigator's just putting his restraints back on, his getting strapped back in again. Could be a matter of something that needed to be adjusted in the car. Maybe a rock flew up inside the vehicle and they wanted to get it before it got stuck under one of the pedals. Could have been a few different things there. Possibly maybe they just fixed a flat or something of that nature and just got back in the car and just got going again. All right, so back to the start line we go. Callie of the Perlman family gives it that big arm wave, really putting some effort into it. Oh, we got 3 thumbs up. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, we're one step away from the 4 thumbs. Not bad. That's like 4 stars out of 5.
Right to left, downhill, 200. Right to left, downhill.
Jeremy Freezy. Let's listen to what they have to say.
Stay right. There you go. Rock on right, 300, into this left. There you go. Sweep right to left, narrow 200.
Right to left, narrow 200.
Go through a ditch. Jack got it. Just ask her.
All right, so hearing some pretty good stuff, and I said on day one with these guys, with the Freezy team, that I loved how when it was something of importance, the navigator would call it, and then the driver would call it back to him, or at least acknowledge him saying, got it, or sometimes he would repeat it. And just, you know, communication is key in most everything in life, right? Communication, it matters. It's worth doing. And for these guys, they make communication back and forth. When I say camber, you say caster. Camber, caster. Look at that setup, huh? I understand why it is the way it is from back in the day, but that's going to be tough to handle right there. And there you go. I think this is the number 80, I believe. The Pearlman entry. In family and friends all together driving this thing. Myers-Manx, such a cool vehicle. And as I mentioned, winning this in a Myers-Manx, or was a Myers-Manx in 1967. That was the vehicle. And now it's the vehicle again, all over again, as Myers-Manx growing in popularity, and they should. And that is something where you don't have to be racing Baja to have it. That's more or less, you want to have one of those just because you want to be cooler than your neighbor. But you got a Myers-Manx, hands down, you're the coolest guy in the street, bare minimum. So on board with, I believe, Brad Level. Lovell, very involved with Ford Performance in bringing together some awesome vehicles with amazing updates and technology put into the Ford Raptor and the Ford Bronco, both. A lot of that had to do with Lovell and Ford Performance coming together. And quite a team they are. And if you are a Ford Trucks fan or Bronco fan, you can thank Ford, you can thank Brad, because they continue to move forward in technology, in what works and what doesn't. Moving along at a pretty good pace right there. Starting to get down to the old nitty-gritty. Not a ton of vehicles left on the line. Out in the desert, getting some dust. We got a side-by-side, and I'm not sure what the truck is in front. We'll find out here momentarily. Good race right there, right on top of one another. That is one of our vintage vehicles in one of the UTVs. And this is Glidden, which surprises me because Glidden has been nice and mellow, being smart, not beating on equipment. I'm not sure if Glidden went off course or if he drove off course on purpose to get out of the way, but he's looking like he's stuck now. Was there contact with another vehicle? Yup, I see now. So a car came up behind him and hit him, it looks like. Trevor Glidden out here running mellow for 4.5 days. Minding his own business. And now we see this. We'll come back and check on that in a moment. But we do know that sometimes when these things happen, tempers flare. So we have opted to just step away for a minute before something is said that we don't want on the air. Then we'll come back here in a moment and check it out. That was a decision made by my man Zach up in Washington, and I couldn't agree more. That was a smart one. Another bug sitting here on the line. I think that is maybe the 1399. I'm going to take a look here. Note the 1199, Franz Muir. And his, no, that's not right, because Franz is in a Volkswagen Trophy. That's a trophy, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's considered in the trophy class. Maybe it is. I don't know. So there we are, Franz Muir, I think. It says it's 1199. That's what it said on there. So that is a Volkswagen Trophy from back in the day. Now digging on, I believe, is that Glidden? Did he get himself out, or is that not him? No, Trevor Glidden still parked. Two vehicles here. I would love to see, I wish we don't have a camera crew there. I wish we did, just to see what the course looks like. But I'm going to take this opportunity to go to my trusty tracker and zoom right in. And maybe, folks, I can be smart enough to use the technology that we have in front of us. Go to the 21st starting position, which I think was Glidden. Yeah. Then we're going to hit up the 811 on the tracker. See what we can do. So as I'm looking for Trevor Glidden to find out some more news there, I can say that the Max Gordon and PJ Jones battle is still going strong. We are at the point of NORRA where everyone is going to have some ups and downs at this point in time. The shovels are out. vehicles on course. I'm doing my best to find Glidden. Right now we are on board with both Robbie and Max Gordon, quite a distance apart from one another on the course, seeing how both those speed UTVs are going. And I'm not ignoring the action that's on the course here. I am still, once I get my mind on something, it's difficult to get it off, and I really want to see where Glidden is and how this happened. I know where he started, right around the 21st start spot. But he may have been there for a little longer than we realized, because I'm going back beyond 21 cars and then some. And I don't see him yet on our tracker. That's crazy. You know, poor Trevor just doing his thing. He has literally been minding his own business all NORRA, on his own, racing his own pace. As we are now still on our way, bringing Dad's ashes down the peninsula. Quite a day or run for them. They've had major malfunctions with a shock tower, shock mount. Had to nurse it 60 miles 2 stages ago with no shock. Get it fixed with Fab School. And Fab School, those guys have been, no surprise, very, very busy. All over the peninsula, fixing vehicles. I know yesterday with Super Val and team, they fixed their sweep truck. As it looks like there is, I think it's Blake Wilkie off in the distance. Now still on board with Art and his buddies. And I feel, I could be wrong, it's hard to see, but I think that's Blake Wilkie. Maybe not, might be a different one. Another bug broke. Nice and mellow run in that Ford Bronco. All right, so here we are back at the start. Not many vehicles left to go. Almost all of them are off the line. We're down to the very last few. And right here, if I could get a... Not... Might bend to 548.
All right, you're gonna. Yeah, no, keep it right here. It's gonna check up right here. Check up
I don't
right.
ask
and
for
it's gonna go
much.
left, right?
Sweep
But
right
just
to
a couple
left.
car numbers here and
In
there.
1,023 feet, caution through fence, flying finish and special slowdown.
I don't even have to look up to the screen. I hear Siri. I know we're on board PJ Jones.
Caution through fence, flying finish and special slowdown. Stop, begin transit, reset trip.
Well, we didn't lose too much time. I don't imagine us being able to lose too much time, but 3 minutes.
I don't know.
Got stuck.
So you hear PJ Jones. I don't imagine we lost too much time.
1844.
Okay, we're headed out. Oh, it's 25. Okay.
So PJ Jones talking about maybe you can't imagine they lost too much time. So I don't know if that's a matter of just the stage and doing it what he considers at a smart pace for him, or if they had some type of minor issue that we're unaware of. But it didn't seem like it was a big deal to him. So it looks like the vehicle that got in the back of Glidden has gotten out. Glidden's getting out. He's driving out. So a bit of an incident there. Not exactly sure what went on. But he's no longer stuck. I can see where it might be easy to get off course right there. It's hard to even tell where the course is. So now Glidden back at it again. So he got stuck in there, got off course or something, maybe hung up on a rock. It was very rocky in there. I don't know exactly. All I know is he was stuck, and then another competitor got into the back of him and got stuck with him. They did a little rooster tail game, shooting rooster tails at each other for a minute, and then got out and started digging with some shovels. All right, so still on board with Glidden. And now that Glidden is up and moving, I finally found where it is. It's a very tight, weird section. And it looks like maybe it was the, hold on before I say something silly. The Lydia's just getting back into the car. Heavy breathing, I get that. Dirt all over the hood. And so that being the case, well, you know what?
Just go slow.
Listen, Trevor Glidden started in the 21st spot. Randy Midier started in the 22nd spot. Midier in the 995. Yeah, that's who it was. It was the two of them. Trevor Glidden, the 288 got by him. Maybe the 8733 got by him. So we had those two, Glidden and Millier, had contact. They were off course, out of breath, getting back on again. And then this is Zemek in his Jackal. And that Jackal tried to climb a tree, it looks like, and he's out of the car.
581
so
feet to waypoint.
stage 5 of the 2000, or day 5 of 2025 Baja's NORRA, or Norra's Baja, is starting to get the best of some of our competitors. So right now, Zemek, I think both of them out of the vehicle. So not having the day that they wanted. Glidden, he seems like he's all right, just lost some time. As here we are on with Robbie Gordon right now. Robbie always in some dust, which is a good thing. Means he's continuing to catch more and more competitors. So as we're on board with the number 7 Speed UTV entry of Robbie Gordon, he is going well. Baja is getting the best of some of the other competitors so far today, as stage 5 has seemed to be relatively grueling. I think maybe a little of exhaustion starting to set in. That's a good possibility. But there's a lot of action yet to come, as I urge you to stay with us as we continue on down the peninsula. We are on our way to La Paz, leaving Loreto early this morning. We got a lot of racing yet to go today. I'm Sean Sermon. I'm bringing you all the action right to the final finish. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages.
Take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
right, so we are back at it again. Looks like Robbie Gordon has gotten by another UTV, got himself around one of those Razors, and now we are on board with the Javier's Riviera team with Larry Ragland. Brent, thank you so much for cleaning off that camera. I do appreciate that. Brent's always got his mind on everything that's going on in the cab of that truck. As we get them down to our leaders on our tracker. On board with Dave Mason Jr. He is physically in P2. So there we are, digging along. Dave Mason Jr. still putting in a great run. He is physically in P2. It looks now that Brett Fox of the 282 is dropped back. He is back. No, it's not Fox on screen, but I'm just saying that he is now dropped back a bit. And who is that? Is that Collins? In the yellow truck? I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, let me see here. Who are we looking at? We got the drone flying down under the bridge. 7127. Let's take a look at the 7127. Scott Phipps. Scott Phipps in the 96 Ford Ranger is parked early on in day number 4 in special stage 1. So not the race he was looking for today. And that's some drone work right there. Alan Norwood, Pop Cornavilla, Mike Rodriguez. As the Arte logo is up, which means thank you guys. Great job is what these guys have been giving us. Video Arte brought that drone right down underneath the bridge. I thought that was cool, but then brought it right up to the side of the truck. It gave me exactly what I needed to see, so thank you so much, team. On board with Dave Sykes. So right now, I know we're on board with Dave Sykes, but our leaders still being Larry Ragland and the Riviera team and Mason at 165. However, Fox, who's been doing so well, has not left the ends of the last transit area. It has fallen behind Langley has fallen behind the 829 as well of Bob Briggs and has not left that transit area. Now we got Daniel Cornwell in the 800. And I'm not sure what that was all about. But it is dangerous to pick up hitchhikers, especially in the Baja Desert. So Cornwall continuing on in that rad old Legends truck. And I'm not sure, I keep going back because it's a big story here with the Fox team. They may have not left that transit. Now they're on course. I don't know if they had a problem as soon as they got back on course, or perhaps they got passed due to something else earlier on when we were looking at some of the other news, and they're just getting ready to take off. But I do know they are no longer inside the top 3. Larry Ragland on his way down into Constitution. And we are still, we got a lot of racing left to go today, folks. A lot. This is a long day of 308.90 miles. But I know it sounds crazy. It'll be over before we know it, because that's just the way each day has been going. Check that view out. Beautiful, beautiful blue water. Gorgeous desert. Oh my goodness. All of that. If you've ever thought, well, do we want to go to Baja? Do we want to go to Baja, sir? I don't know. Well, I tell you what, you do know. Just book the tickets. Hop in the car. However you want to handle it. There's 1,000 ways to get down here. And 1,000 reasons to never leave. So come on down, check it out. It's absolutely beautiful down here. On board, Ragland, doing what Larry Ragland does, and that's just hammer. Brett Bowman giving him all the navigational rights and lefts and ups and downs. Brent is hands down one of the best there ever has been in off-road navigation. And he just loves it. Look at that. We've got people going the wrong way on the race course. And they wonder why people run into issues down here at times. Please, folks, for anybody that are locals that are listening, or chase teams that are near people like this, let them know. That's just a really, and I'm going to be straightforward with you, it's a really stupid thing to do. Don't do it. Over 100 miles an hour in this section. Still digging. Absolutely flying. Now backpedaling a little bit. Also starting to slow down a little bit right here. Just a big sweeper. Chase teams on the outside. Now rolling the throttle back on again. Very fast section, but a section I just have a feeling you got to be smart about. I don't think you want to just completely let her eat. Now he's getting on, picking up the pace, a little more top end right there. Quick on the binders. There's a lot that can happen out there. Unbelievable. What would ever make you think that was a good idea? I don't know. All right, so we're currently on board with Mason, but we've got to get some additional news popping up here momentarily. As still day long here and on board with Mason, but now we're on an interview here with Bill Zemek. Bill, tell me how your day's going. It seems like your jackal tried to climb a tree. Am I crazy by saying that?
Yeah, no, it's this variety of trees that's only out in here in Baja, the jump in front of you tree. And it jumped in front of us. A big one at that, actually, not a small one.
You know, and it's weird because traveling around the world, all different races, it's only down here that they're indigenous to.
Exactly. That's the yeah, and this one's a special one. She's right here in the Y on the course, and yeah, you choose left, right, or center, and I guess the driver rear chose the center. So, you know, everybody says that everything always happens on the co-driver's side, but this is proof that as a father racing with his daughter, I was in dad protection zone mode to not have it hit my daughter's side of the car.
See, that's what, you know, that's why you're such a good guy, Bill. You know, I mean, looking out for the family. That's smart of you. Hey, Bill, is this going to, I don't want to sound silly here, but is this going to take you out of the race, or is this something you're going to be able to get fixed and get going again?
No, we're done. Just too much damage. I don't know how well you can see the car behind me there, but the driver rear corner has been ripped off, and you know, it's too much, and we just don't know how much the whole drive line is aligned, and it's just not worth trying to fix it and worrying if it's aligned wrong, and then, you know, then we have problems 200 miles from here. So
sure,
we're done. It was an amazing race. My daughter's first race in Baja, first real stint at a co-driver role. We were running definitely race pace. But just made an error. You know, it happens.
It does happen, and I tell you, I hope, and I know you are proud of not just your daughter, but your whole team. You guys have been putting in a fierce run right now, and as you know, I've been following you since day one, and you and your daughter and the team and that jackal have, man, what a performance you guys put in so far, and that's just the luck of Baja. I mean, sometimes you're the tree, and sometimes, you know, maybe you get through one of those forests that doesn't have those jump out in front of you trees, and everything's okay. But you guys did an amazing job, and I hope you're proud of your efforts, because you guys have been on the gas all week.
Yeah, no, we're definitely proud of, you know, what we've accomplished. You know, just being some charlatans from North Carolina, you know, we're not native to the desert, so it's all new terrain, and but hang on a minute. Some of these exhausts sound terrible. They gotta fix that. I'm more of an 8-in-1 guy, but yeah. So I'm very proud of the team. We had a big flop the other day. I don't know what day was that. Day 2. TV. the desert for 6 hours. Hopefully today's not another 6 hour in the desert because it's hotter today than it was the other day. So,
Sure.
but yeah, no, this is it. This is what we signed up for. This is the risk we take, and fortunately, we're fine. We have food, we have water. Actually, we have shade here too. So, I think we're gonna sit under the tree that took out the rear of the car and at least get something good from that tree.
There you go. Hey, I'm going to ask you one last question. As a family from North Carolina, what made you say, "Hey, I'm going to go racing down in Baja and I want to go race NORRA"? How did that come from?
Well, this is my fourth NORRA 1000 and my I
Yep.
guess my seventh NORRA event, including the 500s. But no, NORRA is it's fun. The rally style is super fun. It's a lot less stressful. Um, it's just fun. I don't know how else to say it. The people, everybody that puts this whole thing together, Eliseo does an amazing job, and he surrounds himself around the right people. So that just makes it super fun. Plus the Reese Millen team, knows Baja extremely well. So they agree that this is a good run for us. To enjoy it, have fun, but still be as competitive as we want. So we were trying, on at the start of this whole event, we were really trying for a top 5 overall. We knew Dave Mason is fast. We battled with him really hard at the 500, and he had a flop up which allowed us to win our class. So we were kind of hoping to take some of that drive towards this race, and hopefully you guys see we were pushing. We were trying to put on a show for everybody, and that's pretty fun for us to do it too. So, but it just didn't happen. But we're gonna fix, we're gonna rebuild, and we're gonna do this again. So just not hit a tree.
Right on. Right on. Well, I tell you, I was pulling for you from not the same neck of the woods, but I'm from Massachusetts. Us East Coast guys got to stick together once in a while out here. But all in all, man, Bill, since I've been doing NORRA as long as you've been here, and you always put in a great performance. I had a lot of fun watching you. I hope everyone at home did as well. And you made that jackal look amazing, you and your daughter. So congratulations on that. And I'm looking forward to seeing you at the starting line of the 500 next year.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks to everybody following, and it's been great. It's really helped motivate us, especially when when things are down like this. It's awesome to know that people are supporting us from everywhere. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to all the fans. Everybody on the side of the track. The course is just, man, I like, even just talking about it gives me the goosebumps. There's just something about ripping through the middle of absolutely nowhere, and then just seeing outcroppings of 5, 10, 50 people just absolutely cheering you on and having the time of their life and taking time out of their day to just watch all these racers. And it's it's our obligation to put on a great show and be respectful to their homeland, and that's what we'll always continue to do. Thank you for everybody, everybody.
Right on. Thank you, Bill. Hey, get into that shade. You're getting sunburn already.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Bill Zemak, guys, folks. What a great run. Sad to hear it, but these things do happen. This is what it's like when you're racing NORRA, racing in Baja. Things happen, man, and they happen quickly. So sad that him and his daughter are out of the race, but what a performance they put in up to this point. And so kudos to that team. Max Gordon, we're on board with him right now. Per usual, dropping the hammer as they continue to head south. Here on the peninsula, we are on our way down to the Paz. And so we're going to take a quick look here as we get on board right now. I got my glasses off, but I hear it, and I know that's the Riviera truck. That Riviera truck just outside of Constitution right now. And I would imagine so it looks like Constitution is right around the corner. We're going to be hitting the highway soon. And That's going to be Highway Mexican 1. All right, so we're just going to listen in here for a minute. And they are hammering to the highway. Not far off a relatively straight shot till they pull right up on Highway 1. We are seconds away from getting up on Highway 1 and getting into a short transit. Look at Brent saying, go, go, go. Not yet. Keep digging. Come on, Larry. And there you have it on the Highway 1. Very impressive. These guys, just everybody on that team, man. I mean, that's why almost everyone on the team's in the Hall of Fame. Because they were on board now with PJ Jones. It got some good information on Brent Fox. So Brent Fox is at the start of where the highway was back some time ago. It's a kind of a good, it's a loop. It goes off of Highway 1. It goes east, south, west, back onto Highway 1. And as they kind of bounce back and forth over the highway here, at these sort of horseshoe-ish sections. Brent Fox, when he got to that area, ended up needing to stay there and swap out a transmission. He's got no forward drive, no forward gear. So that's what happened. He made it there, and then it was done and over with. And so now Brent Fox is still in the race. Apparently they have what they need to make it work, to get things going again, but it's going to be a slightly time-consuming ordeal, and they are now swapping out transmission a ways back. So, on board right now. So, now on board. On board, looking out the front and looking out the back of Jones. So meanwhile, I'm looking here and post off the highway, back onto the desert. I believe he may be in a speed zone for a little bit yet. Behind him is Mason in the 165, about to hop on the highway. About a minute and a half away from hopping on the highway or so, and I'm guesstimating that, is going to be the 250 of the Cops team. Bob Briggs behind him as well. Dig a little further back, then we get into our UTVs of the 77 and the 980. They just hop off the highway and back in, and they're following behind what we just saw Larry Ragland do. Okay, so Ragland now back up to speed. So right now, Ragland lead the pack. They're not necessarily doing a horseshoe, but they are going west, south, west, south, west, south, 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 around almost due east, right back towards Highway 1 again. So horseshoe-esque, if you will. And that'll be the last time we see the highway for some time. We got a big, big loop after that. Then allow them to get back on Highway 1 again for the last and final time of today. So right now, in the post truck, but Ragland getting after it. The 165 of Dave Mason Sr. about to get back on the gas again. He's on the highway, about to hop off. And then the 250 of Steve Henschfeld in the cops truck, almost to the highway, all following behind Larry Ragland. On board, looking out the back of Glenn Kirby's machine. Another vehicle behind them. So Glenn Kirby still digging along. Followed along with him a lot earlier in the race. Now we're back on board with them. Great navigation with the Frazee team. Running a good race in the 185. Day one, they were sick and tired of the whoops going into San Felipe. Now we're on to day 5, and they seem happy as can be. blows through them so fast, and I'm not a speed reader. Mike Leaden, was the 995 stuck with the 811? Yeah, I believe that was the case with the two of them, Mike. Dave Murray, cops have moved up to physical P3. You, sir, are correct. And I'll tell you, Dave Murray is onto something, and I've been telling everyone at home, if you want, you can follow along just like Dave Murray and I do. If you go online to the tracker, it's the same information I'm getting, and you guys can get it. Dave's caught on. He's there tracking along. Dave, you come do my job, brother. Sergio Medina's blessing from San Quentin. Right back at you, Sergio. On board with PJ Jones in a beautiful shot of the finish down there in La Paz. Okay, and there is the 282 of Fox. So I gave you a little information before. There's from what I understand, they're swapping out a transmission. So a bit of a struggle for them. These guys have just put in such an amazing run. I mean, leading so much of this race, battling back and forth with Dave Mason Jr., battling with the Riviera team, battling with Bob Briggs and the boys. They're just really getting after it. And then all of a sudden now they've got, nothing they can't fix, but, a pretty major to-do out here. Luckily, today's a long stage and anything can happen with other competitors. And then we still have stage 6 tomorrow, but it's not a real long one. So either way, the Fox team, they have their work cut out for them. And no matter what happens here, I tell you can't take anything away from these boys. They have put in a heck of a run. And they have been impressive since the first initial green flag flew in Ensenada. And God bless them for the effort they put in here. These guys know how to rock and roll. Let's see, we get down there. I believe we have Super Vale on camera. So, Val, you can add one more thing to your resume as camera woman. Yeah, there you go. Don't be shy. Let's get right in there. Yeah, so changing the trans. I see the problem. There's a man sleeping underneath your truck. All right, so sad stuff for them, but they're going to get going, and they're going to continue on. Fox team, very impressive. And, man, have they been putting in a run. As now we come back over and hop on board with the Cullen team. Another very impressive team. But I will tell you, and I don't want to jinx anybody. I already jinxed the Cullens yesterday, so that can't happen 2 days in a row. It's just there's an unwritten law or rule that says that can't happen. So Cullen's still driving well. Yesterday they had a problem with brakes, and then ran the whole day yesterday with no brakes. Had to pump the brakes going every turn. But today, now we're on day 5, and the desert's starting to strike back. Took out Bill Zemak. Took Tranny away from Fox. We've had some other issues. Look at what happened to Cerrone and LaHoff. So right now, there's a new movie, and it's called The Desert Strikes Back, is what's going on. Day 5 down here. Art, though, already had his problems early on, and he is all done. He's not going to have any more problems. And look at that beautiful shot there coming into La Paz. Right on the water. Beautiful blue water. Man, I love racing down here. Here we are checking out the Treehouse Racing for ALS. If you love motorsports and you support, and I know that you do, research for ALS and you want to help, get online and look at Treehouse Racing. I don't know honestly off the top of my head where the best place is to find them, whether it be an Instagram or a Facebook, or if they have a website. I don't actually know. I should have asked them. But I do know that they are very serious about ALS, and I have seen a lot of racers hand over some wads of cash to put towards it. And they are racing for ALS and ALS research. And if that's something that is near and dear to your heart, as it is to many of us, get in touch with Treehouse Racing, because that's where all the money goes to. Okay, so Treehouse_Racing, I believe I have it right on Instagram. Treehouse_Racing. And on there, they have a link to their, where basically everything, all the details of what they've got going on. So if you go to Instagram, go to Treehouse_Racing, and that will get you started to everywhere that you need for these guys. And they are racing for ALS. And I think there's, out of all the good causes out there, good reasons to go racing, that's got to be one of the best. So I'm going to be quiet for a minute. Let me just, well, we're about to hop on board with Max Gordon, I do believe. So Max still digging along, getting after it. So Max now looking good, 80 miles an hour. Throttle stop still in. Behind him is the 1811, 1464 behind that. PJ Jones in the 980 and a big straightaway behind him. So digging along still, getting after it. Max Gordon looking good. Listen to him, so he wasn't kidding. This is how his foot falls asleep, because this is how he drives. Right to the wood, just occasionally letting off once and again, and then just backs it in at the last minute. So still continuing on here with Max Gordon, just absolutely getting it done as PJ Jones is chasing him down. So still just right to wood. Just absolutely dropping a hammer. And I'll tell you, speaking of dropping a hammer, out here in the desert, if it wasn't for NORRA, which is National Off-Road Racing Association. And I tell you, the National Off-Road Racing Association is the reason we're here, and it started back in 1967, and there was a wonderful man that got that all together for the first time ever. His name was Ed Perlman, and I'm saddened that I never had an opportunity to meet Ed, but I was lucky enough in my life to become great friends with his son, Mike Perlman, and he is now 4 generations of, in his family, Perlman family, of racing down here in Baja, in NORRA, in both the 1000 and the 500. And Pam Paul had an opportunity to talk to Mike, my good buddy, and tell us a little bit about the story of behind the Perlman and the legacy of the Perlman family in off-road racing. And if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to be here and doing what we love so much. So, Pam, let's hear what Mike had to say.
We are down here in Loreto for day number 4 fiesta. But Mike Perlman, I don't want to talk about what's going on right here. I want to talk about NORRA and what NORRA means to you, with it being so iconic with your family, and you guys are the ones who created this.
Well, Dad started this back in 1967, and he did the first record attempt. And I guess I could tell the story. He read a little article in the local Tarzana newspaper about how Bud Eakins, Dave Eakins, Eddie Mulder, and Chris Coleman set a record from Tijuana to La Paz on Triumph motorcycles. And he goes, I could beat that in my Land Cruiser. So he bought a brand new Land Cruiser, put a V8 in it the day he bought it, went out to buy some wide tires, couldn't find them anywhere. This is back in '67, before they had wide tires for off-road cars. The word off-road wasn't even invented back then. So he went to a place that sold tires out of his garage. Just one guy sold the tires. And the guy said, I'll give you 6 tires if I can be co-driver. Well, he was co-driver, and they went down, they tried to set the record, they broke down, they didn't set a record, but when they came back, Ed Perlman said, I'm gonna put on an event. This was so much fun. The other guy said, I'm gonna sell Baja equipment. His name was Dick Seepeck, and you can see where they both went. Dad put on the races, Dick Seepeck sold a ton of off-road equipment. So the race went on, and I remember coming home from school one day. I was 19 years old, and he had called the National Road Racing Association, NRRA. They did sports cars. And he said, look it guys, I got this idea for an event. I want to but I don't have a rule book. Can you help me? The guy said, yeah, but before you have a rule book, the first thing you need is what kind of racing is this? And Dad said, well, we could call it dirt road racing. Yeah, that'd be good. Dirt road racing. And then they said, well, we could call it fire road racing, because we played on the fire roads. And I kept going, Dad, I kept pulling on this. You can't use the word road. It's not on the road. We're off of the road. I pictured a dirt road here and a paved road here. We were off of the road. And so Dad said, yeah, National Off-Road Racing. So we took NRRA and just put the word off in there. That's where the word off-road racing came about. And so there you go.
And look at where it's at today. I mean, and with NORRA in general, so many years, and you this year in 2025, you have been in a vehicle that's a replica of your original vehicle that you raced in, what, 1968?
John Kieslick, the buggy builder, built me a car like the car I raced in 1968. It was a Myers-Manx. He copied the color. He copied the car almost exactly, and they're racing it. We raced it. I started the car, and I'm going to finish it, and it's coming along. It'll be here sometime in the next, maybe it's already here already in Loreto, but nice car. Thank you, John, and I'm very honored, extremely honored to have them build me a car and call it the Mike Perlman Tribute Car. I'm very honored. Thank you.
And Mike, I want to talk to you about this. You had Casey in there with you.
Oh, my son Casey. Not only my son Casey was a driving co-driver, but my granddaughter had the green flag, so she waved us off. So yeah,
it's a family
nice.
tradition.
It's a family tradition. And there is one more person I really, really need to thank, and nobody ever meets her. It's my wife, Tony. But she does more work for NORRA than anybody around here. And when I need something filed or I need to find a paper, she's there. And thank you, Tony. Thank you very much.
The woman behind the scenes, the magic maker.
The magic maker. And she can cook.
So I've heard that she has some amazing food. I haven't yet to have it, so I have to come visit sometime. But are you going to be getting back in the vehicle before we get down to Cabo?
Yes. Yes, I was considering driving to or flying to La Paz and getting in the vehicle, or go to Cabo and get in the vehicle somewhere before the finish. And I got a feeling it's going to be before Cabo at the finish, because I heard that's kind of a rough part of the course. And I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of over the off-road stuff. Okay? But yeah, I'll be there.
But Mike, just now walking through the Fiesta with you and so many people stopping you and talking to you, I'm going to get emotional over this, because this goes to show what you have done over the many years you've been doing this and what you guys have built. And NORRA is a fun race, the happiest race on earth. And everybody here, no matter if their day was horrible, they're out there having fun, laughing, talking, and still enjoying yourself. And that's what you guys have built. This is such a...
Well, I got to stop you a minute. I did not build this myself.
Yes, correct.
I've had a lot of help, and over the years, I've just coordinated the help, kept everybody getting along together, and kept the whole thing fun. And it was all about the fun, and it's still all about the fun. I remember I was riding my motorcycle at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and Eddie Mulder, one of my good buddies, got down on his knee and took a stick and said, "Mike, look," I was so serious. He said, "Look," he wrote fun in the ground, on the ground, with his stick. He said, "Mike, it's about the fun, so relax a little bit. It's got to be fun." And I said, "Yeah, you're right." And from that day on, it's been fun. So thank you, Eddie.
And lastly, you are our Grand Marshal. How does it feel to be the Grand Marshal?
I have a little mixed feelings going from owner of NORRA to Grand Marshal. I don't know if that's going uphill or downhill, but I appreciate it, and it's fun, and I'll be the Grand Marshal. So whatever I have to do to be Grand Marshal, I'll be Grand Marshal.
Well, you're doing an awesome job out there in the car, greeting everybody, and everybody loves Mike Perlman. So you guys, this man right here, always a smile on his face, always loving it, and all this off-road stuff. But Mike Perlman, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And
thank you.
Can't wait to see you at the finish line in Cabo.
And thank you, everybody, for coming. We'll have many more.
All right, so Mike Perlman, what a wonderful man, wonderful family. You know, everybody in the Perlman family, they're just amazing people. Just always very heartfelt, loving people. They love everybody at NORRA, and because of them and people like Eliseo Garcia and his amazing family, we are all one big, happy NORRA family down here, and everybody cares about each other, and that's wonderful. But you know what Larry Ragley cares about right now? Sweet, sweet, oh, sweet baby victory. And that's what he's doing right now, digging as I feel that, in my opinion, that the guys, the amazing guys that are running the Riviera truck this week, from Mark Post, Larry Ragland, Rob McCachran, Robbie Gordon, they're all doing so well. But I think because they're all doing so well, and they've all spent so many years being fierce competitors against one another, and now that they're getting a little older and they're down here at a race that they can really enjoy together and come together as a team, I feel as though there's almost like a little bit of pressure, like, oh man, Mark did so well, I got to do well. Then Larry's like, well, you know, Larry gets the truck, and then McCachran's like, man, Mark and Larry did so well, I have to drive good. And then Robbie Gordon gets in the truck, and it's like, man, McCachran and Larry and Mark Post, they crushed it. I can't screw this up. I got to crush it. And now Larry's back in it again. So, you know, I think there's got to be a little bit of pressure there that they put on themselves to continue to perform for their buddies and to say, hey, I see that you still got it. Let me show you I still got it too. And they definitely do, as Larry Ragland's just letting her eat out here. Now we're on board both Lagrin, that's not even a name. On here with Ragland, and now with Mason Jr. As they are about to, right now, Ragland is about to get back up on Highway 1 and head north, opposite direction. Post, his team, they just entered Highway 1 and are about to head north. And Dave Mason Jr. hot on his tail and about to do the same. As here we are now. With the Riviera team. About to pull up onto the highway here. So, special stage number 1 of 7820 is over and done for our leaders. The 133.50 of special stage 2 is underway.
Back left. Tighter than right.
On board with Collins.
Back left and right. Same thing here. Left, back, right, and left. Coming up on a double caution, hard left.
Double caution, he's saying, with the turn left. I bet you'd be a lot more fun and enjoyable to hear from the co-driver of Cullen teams than me. So let's listen in as they head by some fans down here in Baja.
Got a hard right coming up, hard right. I think you're going to drop down on that other road first. Okay, hard right coming up. Right here, right here, right here.
So as we fade out of the audio for those guys, those of you in your chase teams, family and friends watching at home, talk to your drivers, talk to your team owners, talk to the car owners, whoever you need to, about for in the future, whether it be for the 500 or NORRA's Baja, about getting the proper camera equipment, audio equipment, and all of that to have on board, and so we can give you as heard and seen as well as the Cullens and some of these other teams, because we want to see you. I want to see what you're looking at. I want to see what's going on behind you. I want to hear you in the cab, and I know that everybody else does at home, because the more of that we have, the less of me you have to listen to, right? I mean, that's a smoking deal, I would think. I mean, who wants to listen to me for 6 days? So the more of you that get the proper equipment and things to make it happen, that's the more of you that we can put on the show, and we can hear you, we can see you, we know where you're going, we know where you just came from, front and back cameras, in-car camera. If you can do all three and allow us, and it allows us to hear what's going on, and it's a big benefit for your team as well, as they're chasing you, and they're, even if they don't see what's going on, if they're just listening to what's happening, it's a benefit to your team, it's a benefit to everyone at home that's listening and watching, and all in all, and it's a benefit to your partners, your team, your sponsors, and things of that nature. You know, we're getting hood sponsors. They're constantly, like Mason right now, he's just a non-stop tire ad the whole time, and that's great. And so keep that in mind, folks, for future races down here with us, with National Off-Road Racing Association, with NORRA, because we want to showcase you. We don't want to showcase me. So, hopping on board here with Max Gordon. Once again, wide open. Looking out of his windshield over the hood. And there is Brad Lovell and his Ford Bronco, taking the lead of Special Stage 2. NORRA. And digging along pretty darn good right there. As now we are going up Mexican Highway 1 with our leaders. About to get back out in the desert very shortly. Max Gordon, who we're on board with now, is back doing that left and right, southwest program that we just saw Post and Mason complete. And that'll bring them back to Highway 1 here in just a little bit as well. So Max Gordon running very well. Sorry about the laughter. We can't show you all the cameras, but I can tell you everything and everyone out in the desert is really excited about this race, and we just can't show you every camera angle shot that we have, but everyone's pumped, super pumped. So Max Gordon still up front. We got a funny camera crew, I'll give you that. We got a funny camera crew. As these guys are digging along now, we're off the camera with Max. And back on with the, I think it's the 414. Tom Allen. So you see them kind of poking at things, see what's going on. So we've got some pretty funny comments right now over some shots we had on here earlier. I'm not going to comment on. Rude3Y says, so cool learning the legacy of off-road from a legend. Yeah, it is, man. And Mike's got more, Rudy, Mike's got more stories than you can imagine. And it's really, really cool stuff. And then Goose, JJS. Yeah, that is what we're laughing about. There, Goose, JJS, that's exactly what we're laughing about. So now in transit, and then we get on with our Safari team. Our Safari competitors.
250 feet, we got whoops.
Let me be quiet and listen in to these guys, mainly just to listen, and B, my throat's a little dry. I gotta grab a drink real quick.
Straight through. Very slight sweeping to the left here at 500 feet. Hard right, 90 degree right.
Okay.
250 feet. Yeah, hard right here.
As we are digging along with these guys in the Safari class, just having a great time. Got the tunes on.
Anybody bring a pledge?
It's not just the hardcore race classes, all of you. Safari, everybody. And you know, for that matter, if you're a chase team and you have that stuff in your truck, who's to say that maybe we wouldn't use you once in a while if you've got something interesting going on? But the more people and teams that we have up and down the peninsula, the more opportunity we have to get out more of the action, everyone, and to help all of you understand what's going on everywhere on the peninsula. It's good for the teams, it's good for safety, it's good for everything. Franz Muir. On board with Franz in one of the Volkswagen Bugs. And not to take anything away from Franz, just a FYI, Raglan is back out in the desert again off of Highway 1. And the 165 of Mason is about to do the same. Cops right behind him. Bob Briggs as well. All about to hop back in the desert. Franz Muir in that Volkswagen. Not getting too jostled around in there. Now, granted, this must be a smoother portion of the track, of the course. But all in all, it seems like they have their bug dialed in pretty well. So there we are, ponds. Cruising along pretty good right there. And speaking of cruising, I wouldn't mind cruising in that beautiful orange Ford Bronco right there that's sitting there at the finish line in La Paz. Everything beautiful down there in La Paz, as you can tell. It is certainly a beautiful sight down there at the finish line as they are awaiting our finishers. And the cool thing in down in La Paz is they have a massive local Ford Bronco club down there that comes to the finish line and parks every year, and that's just part of it right there. You can see they're starting to line them all up, but there will be a bunch of them. And it's a really cool Ford Bronco club down there, and they are big-time Ford performance people, and it shows why. As we're back on board now with Trevor Glidden. Trevor, buddy, I know you can't hear me. Don't worry. I got a feeling all those shenanigans, it's over and done with for you. You've been too well behaved, sir, this entire run for any more of that kind of shenanigans. So looking out of the back of Trevor Glidden. Now hopping on board with Max Gordon. Max now about almost halfway through this section before they get back to Highway 1 again. Kind of went around a big, long, sweeping left-hander. Now, for those of you at home following the tracker says, you know, it's a straight line right here. In reality, not necessarily true. Max Gordon let in momentum carry him forward. Instead of lifting off the throttle too much, he just allows himself to come off line just a little bit. And keep up the momentum.
Left less visible.
Hard right.
Now on board.
And then it's going to be hard to find the road here, so it's going to stay left. Stay left. Hard left right here. Left.
Keep left
With
less
PJ
visible.
Jones.
You're going to go left.
Right here
Left,
somewhere.
left. Yep. You're on it. You're on it.
0.4 miles to waypoint. In 1,182 feet, keep left, follow main road.
Okay, you check up right here a little bit, and then it's going to go hard
Keep
left.
left, follow
Hard
main
left
road.
right here. Straight.
In 0.3 miles, jump.
Not yet. And that's a jump in front of you.
Jump.
There's two things about crowds down in Baja
In
watching the racing.
0.3 miles, whoops.
One, the majority of the time, it's something cool that's going to happen. A jump, something's going to give them some airtime, maybe some nasty whoops. Two, every once and again, not so much in the NORRA races, but in some of the races, there could be something being made built that it was not part of the course when the course was normally laid out, so to speak. So sometimes you got to kind of play it by ear and know the areas that you're in once you get down here and you get some more seat time. But as much as it sounds silly and it's hard to do, sometimes when you see a big crowd of people, you don't want to, but you may consider, if you're new to Baja and you don't know the areas you're in, you may want to consider backpedaling just a wee hint, because you never know quite what you're going to get into. Let's continue on. These guys battling back and forth for the lead in their class for the UTVs. Max Gordon and PJ Jones, it's been going on for 5 days. And they've been staying right on top of one another the entire time. All right, so now on board with Robbie Gordon. Gordon. No. Oh, Max Gordon. I thought it was Robbie. My bad. My apologies. Now, I can tell you we got on board with Max. I can tell you that Zach Langley's team, they are now out into the desert and racing. Max Gordon still hammering. On board with Dave Mason Jr. Dave Mason's still running so consistent. Very impressive with what they've been able to do for 5 straight days. Looking at Mason right now as he takes a look, as we look at what Mason's chasing down, that is Ragland. Still on special stage 2. A little ways to go, but you get into 3. Special stage 2, this is the longest one of the day. 133 miles. If you look at the tracker, we have people all up and down the peninsula, covering a couple hundred miles here, from 2-wheel competitors to safari to everyone. Don't let us fool you. You see the finish line, but we are a long ways from touching that off as Larry Ragland leads the pack. Ragland getting through this section here, relatively tight. Just being smart about what they're doing. Real tight, not pushing it. Larry just gives Brown a thumbs up, like, I got you, homie. Could they be going a little quicker, getting the throttle? Sure. Could they be upside a cactus? Absolutely. This is where all the years of being smart and learning how to race down here and being patient comes into play. Treehouse on board with these guys. and stopped. Now deep in their own dust. About to back over a motorcycle, just missing it. I would hate to see that happen. I would, however, have giggled a little bit. So then missing one turn there navigationally, but off and running nonetheless. There we go. Treehouse gets it lined back up. You hear him just stand on the throttle like, okay, we're good. A little bit of confusion there. We're all set. Treehouse Racing continuing on. Joris Hip, driver of record. All right, we'll see if we can take a minute while we're doing this to go to some of our comments. And take a look at our YouTube comments. Let's see, what was that bottom one? We had an Ola, Sean. And hold on, I'm trying to get Sebastian to understand what I'm doing. See Kevin Johnson. Hola, Sean. When are we going to see you and Eva in a NORRA race? I don't know who Eva is. Kevin, you talking about racing? Or Kevin, you hit the cervezas a little early today? Hey, buddy, miss you. I wish you were here doing the commentary with me, man. Coverage is off the charts, Max. I appreciate that, especially coming from user. That means an awful lot. Everybody is working very diligently here. What else we got here for comments, Sebastian? Continuing on. Says Sergio Medina says, Riviera, Mason Jr. Oh, it's a Riviera team in first, Mason Jr. in second. If that's what you mean, you're right. Let's see, Jose Sandoval says, loves the coverage, takes the sport to another level. That is the goal, sir, and we appreciate your comment. Thank you very much. As we look through some more, and back to our other comments again. It got me laughing, so we're good there. Max Eddy says, the 1831 Travis Clark as Dakar champ Max Eddy Jr. navigating all week. Yes, it is. That is very good. I'm glad you brought that up, Max. So let me read that again. The 1831 of Travis Clark as Dakar champion Max Eddy Jr. navigating all week. So that's a big deal. I mean, Dakar, does it get any bigger than that in off-road? I'm not asking you. I already know the answer. No, it doesn't. Dakar is the top of the top, off the charts. So keep on sending in your comments. Good ones, bad ones, nice ones, kind ones, rude ones. I don't care. Fire them in here. Let me see what you think. I got thick skin, man. So here we are, Dave Mason. And let me look at where we're at. So Dave Mason being smart through here. I don't know if it's a speed zone or what. I'm not seeing it on the tracker that it's a speed zone, but it doesn't mean that it isn't. So almost finishing up the one loop that goes out west, south, and back around to the Highway 1 again is the UTV of Max Gordon and the UTV of PJ Jones. So they almost got that loop covered. Now we're on board, I believe, with Robbie Gordon. It looks to be his car, to me anyways. And there we are, just hanging out in the shade, watching the show with my girl at the around your brother. We don't mind. So down there just enjoying themselves as we hop back on board. Now with, I believe, Max Gordon. Max just dropping the hammer. About to pop out in the highway. He's going to take a pretty aggressive right-hander, which he just did. Man, the tracker was on the money right there. And now a couple of zigs and zags. And we'll put him back out on Highway 1 again, which he'll go north for a short period of time in a transit. And then get him back out into the desert again. Still the lead UTV in his class, which would be Production Turbo. Jeremy Frazee, driver and record, also Evolution Pro UTV Class 10 in the 185. I'm digging back through our tracking system, looking at the 185. We know they're doing good on the screen. There they are.
Coming on the ditch. Coming up. Oh, that's the ditch, all right. Don't want to leave that ditch alone. Okay, he's the bad one. Keep straight. I remember this section.
So these guys having a good time with it?
It's a lot of this chatter, dude. Yep. Okay, right one. Right one. All right. Okay, coming into a speed zone. Speed zone. Okay, you're gonna have a left and a, okay, speed zone, 25. Okay, left. Yep, we just cut it a little. Yep, you're good. Okay, then we're gonna get on the hard right 500 feet.
Got you. Very close.
I tell you, we have hopped on board with these guys numerous times the last few years. But I just enjoy it because they have great calls. They're having fun. They get a couple woohoos. You get a couple complaints. You get a couple, oh my God, I'm sick of these whoops. Some happy, some sad. We get some ups and downs. We get the real deal from them. Speaking of the real deal, Kevin Johnson hit me back. Kevin, missed you too. I appreciate that, buddy. I was talking to about a different Sean and his daughter. I understand now. That makes more sense. That makes more sense to you. Kevin Mexiner says, doing a great job, Kevin. Yes, he is. Kevin is doing an awesome job. He always does. Race out. We got Smokey the Bear. You got to watch out for that forest fire, Smokey. Smokey the Bear, race coverage is setting the bar. Excellent work, Nora. Thank you, Smokey. And I hope it'll make you feel better known. We're also looking very closely for forest fires while we're down here. So we're covering 2 birds, 1 stone, sir. Goose, JJS. Would definitely be nice if every car had the camera setups. Goose, keep it going. That's what I'm saying. Preach, Goose, JJS. Preach. Mike Kenyon. Hey, Mike Kenyon. Says, hello, Sean. What's up, Mike? How you doing, brother? Great to hear from you, sir. Looks like PJ is stopped at race marker 119 is what Joe Closser Jr. says.
I already got it out, so I'll get this one in.
Well, Joe Closser Jr., let me take a look here.
I know you could have just flown by us, but... Well, it goes, hey, they're stopping.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, all right, we'll stop.
Joe Clausen.
Oh, did you bring your espresso machine?
Joe Clausen, I'm not real excited about you being right. You are correct. And see if we can hop to the in-car of PJ Jones. Because he is stopped.
Yeah, we got a copy. You guys are low volume.
Yeah, we broke.
I'm just going to be quiet and listen in. That's not Franz Muir. That is PJ.
Sorry, man.
No problem. Go get it.
So we might have been just a moment late on getting some of the story. But I heard him, PJ, say, no problem, go get it. And when you're out here in the desert, go get anything is not quick. So I'm hoping that I'm hoping I'm seeing that completely wrong and hearing it completely wrong. Because as I mentioned yesterday, is that the last thing that I wanted to see was to have PJ or Max or any front runners in any class that are having a good battle have that battle decided by a mechanical. I would like to have that battle decided by just 2 race teams doing what 2 race teams do, and then take it from there. So that's a bummer. At Trophy Burrito saying, dang, yeah, I get you there. Let's see, verse writing. Any idea where the 202 is? Well, Versa writing, give me a second. As I'm looking at first right, I'm not being a jerk. You can also go to the NORRA website, unless you're at work and you don't have time or something, and then see that my work is doing this. I'll look it up for you. But you can go to the NORRA website and check out everything that I'm looking at. But if you hang tight there, Versa writing, and let me see if I can answer that for you. So the 202 is what we're in search of right now, as we are still digging along on the gas. been his story so far for this NORRA. Not pushing it too much. All right, so looking for the 202. I think it was Versa Writing, I think if I remember correctly, it was up there. The 202 of Chad Smith in his Sandmaster Panzer 1973 Pioneer buggy. We know Chad. Chad started off 93rd today. So let me see what I can do for you. For Chad Smith, because now, knowing Chad Smith, you have got my undivided attention. So as we're digging along with Alan still, I am trying to help out a concerned person watching at home, and I'm happy to do it. And out there in their Pioneer buggy, especially being Chad Smith, being a good dude. If you're friends with Chad, you must be all right. So I'm going to help you out. I got you locked in right here. Here's old Chad. Okay, so as far as what position Chad is in, I don't have time to count all the bubbles. Chad's digging. He's got a ways to go before he has not ended special stage 1 yet. Let me put it that way. All right, so about to come down and get onto Mexican Highway 1 for the very first time. So that's where Chad Smith is. Still in good shape, still moving, just a little farther back than what he'd like. Chris Garcia is saying that PJ Jones has a broken steering shaft. I hope you're wrong. I don't know. And Chris, I'm not being rude. I don't know what your involvement is with PJ and his crew, but for you to have that information, that's you must have something going on there. So Chris Garcia, I am going to say, I'm going to lead with this. Everyone, I have heard through the grapevine from a gentleman that seems to be maybe a decent source, Chris Garcia. And so these are not words out of my mouth, but what I've heard is PJ Jones has a broken steering shaft. Smokey the Bear says, that sucks. That golf cart was hauling the mail. Sure was. Trophy Burrito says, at least not too hard to fix. Thanks for the info. So look at everybody working together as a team here. I love that. So still on board with Tom Allen and John Brindall, two completely different classes there. JS says, is it possible to get some coverage on the number 964? On the number 964, well, JS, number one is, as we're watching these two competitors from the Safari class and on the actual race course itself, the 964, let's take a look. The 964 of Palmer. Oh man, you had to pick a name. Well, one of the Porsches. Sure. Okay. Well, I do believe those Porsches are kind of running together. That's what it seems to be.
And 500 feet, we're going to end the speed zone. Oh, there you go. End speed zone, 60.
Let me see it on board with Brindle. And the 964 started off in his Porsche 964 0093 in the 109th starting position. So we're at 109 starting position. That helps me kind of get an idea of where he might be. Hey, everyone. Down at the finish, how about a big wave if you're standing there watching this right now? Look at you. Yep, that's fine. So let's everyone down there. They had a nice shot there. Get everybody waving. Saying, hey, man, we're there having a good time. At the finish, listening in. Hey, listen. Everyone down to the positive finish. I see you. You see me. Don't be rude. Give me a wave back, huh? Yeah, that technology. Right? That's exactly what I'm talking about. So these guys down here having fun at the finish, getting ready for the race cars to come in here in just a little bit. And now we're back on board with Mason. So Mason's still digging along. And for whomever it was that was looking for the 964. 964 is about halfway through Special Stage 1. Excuse me. So a lot of racing had to go for the 964 in that Porsche. The other Porsche is not that far ahead of them, but they are only about halfway through Special Stage 1. They got a long ways to go yet today. As now we're going through a speed zone with Larry Ragland and Brett Bowman. They're waving everyone, having a good time with it. Just idling through this section. It must be like a 25, 30 mile an hour speed zone, something like that. As earlier on, the day before we started the race at the driver's meeting, Mark Postel, he's like, dude, this thing can't even idle at that speed. As we get back on board, which I believe is Robbie Gordon. Now on with Max Gordon. Max still digging along. Out on course. So he has made it over his transit, back out in the desert again. Then continuing on with, so far, it was a pretty good day for him. He is physically, well, let's see, let's go Larry Ragland, P1, all physical, not by times. As I've said before, I don't have the times. I never do. Maybe someday we'll have the technology for me to have real time and times not happening, but right now I do not. Oh, this is a cool one. Tiffany Javara. Oh, Tiffany, I'm sorry about the last name if I screwed that up. Javara, I think. Tiffany says, huge thanks for keeping live coverage. At the start line this morning, we could see all the later starting vehicles. Lets us at home feel like we're supporting them too. Okay, yeah, I get you there. And we're going to continue to try to do that tomorrow and things. And yeah, absolutely, Tiffany. I'm with you 100%. I understand it. Hey, PLD says, get some Trevor Glidden Motorsports. He's been getting it. Now, let's see, Raceland Baja. Nice race coverage, guys. We have on all our big screens here at the bar. That's what I'm talking about. That sounds like a great place to be right now, Raceland Baja. You had me at Race, Baja, and Bar. You had me dialed right in there. So thanks, guys, for listening in. I certainly do appreciate it. On board with Joris Hip, looking out the back, racing for ALS. As we are seeing what's going on here with Joris Hip, I'm going to tell you physically, on course right now, we are post the Riviera team by Ragland, Mason Jr. Then it looks, sometimes the tracker plays jokes on me, and it will bounce back, but it looks as though Bob Briggs no, okay, I'm glad it was playing tricks. Okay, so then we go Riviera, Masons, Cops, Briggs. Then after that, Travis Clark has moved up from leaving the start line in 8th to now being back in 5th. After him is the 10-16 of Eric Durham, still having a great run. Then the 26-26 of Dave Taylor. Dave getting after it as well. Good job, Dave. Nice work, brother. Then the 2020 of Buddy Patton. Then James Chip Griffith III. And then Max Gordon. So that is your 1, 2, 3. That's your top 10 on course right now. In the 414, Dave Sadati is the driver. So Dave Sadati behind the wheel today. So as we just get updated with who is where and when and driving what, we may not have had it right off the bat, but we got it right now. Larry Ragland still digging. Just how you're having a good time. So I have my show producer in my ear, Zach, up in Washington, saying, man, someone tell Brett to put his arm down so we can see how fast they're going. But you can't do that. That's Brett's style. For as long as I've been calling races in Baja, which is, I don't know, what, 8 years, 9 years? Not that long. And I've been watching Brett. He's always got his hand up there. That's how he does it. But you're right, I would love to see the speeds they're touching off, especially in this particular truck. Still moving along quite quickly here, but an awful lot of ground to cover yet. Sean Cook says, who uses these roads when there isn't a race? Honestly, Sean, I don't know if you spent a lot of time down here or not, or if you ever have. Blew my mind years ago, many years ago when I came down here. These roads are used quite often. Some of them are roads going out to people's homes, ranch roads. Some of them are like, just taking it around the back 40. And a lot of these locals down here will be out here in their pickup trucks or even cars just creeping, going slow, and they're pretty rough. They do maintain them. Not all the time, and don't always do a good job at it. But yeah, they're legitimate roads. Yeah, I know. Blew my mind when I first started coming here and realized that. And I just thought, I'm like, wow, they just dug all this stuff up just to race with? And then I realized, nah, these are legit. This is how people get around. Mind-blowing. Sean Cook, funny guy. Dang, he says, if you got kidney stones, this is the road to get rid of them on. So, yeah, maybe, you know what, Sean? Maybe that's why that they use these roads. You know what? You might be onto something, buddy. Mike Kenyon says it, locals, farmers, ranchers. Mike just said the same, Kenyon just said the same thing I did. I just took the long version because I have a lot of time to cover today. Back on board with Art Eugenio and his buddies, bringing his father's ashes down the peninsula. So Art and the boys still digging along. A little bit of dust means they're not too far off the tail of another competitor somewhere along the line. Franz Muir in his Volkswagen. Still out there getting it done. Running pretty good in that Volkswagen. Franz still digging along. So as Franz is making his way on down to La Paz, we are also going to take our time and of course thank our partners as well. So please don't go anywhere. We still have a lot of races left to go. We have all of special number 3 to go yet, which is 97.20 miles. So a lot of racing yet to go. Please don't go anywhere, folks. My name's Sean Cerny. I'm going to continue giving the coverage all day long today and tomorrow. And of course, let's not forget about the awards banquet coming up in a couple of days. So folks, with no further ado, we'll be back with you in just a moment, right after these words.
Extravagance. The attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
And here we are back on board with both Gordons, Robbie and Max, running two completely different races, miles apart from one another. On board in a speed zone with Max Gordon. Tell you, that looks absolutely delicious right now. I'm not going to lie to you. I would love to get out of where I am right now and get to that party. I can tell you that. Look at it. He's having fun. He's making, I don't know what you call that, but it looks good. Veggies on a stick. Sold. And I'm a carnivore. But I'll have veggies on a stick and a nice fancy drink right now. That sounds wonderful. Max Gordon to 77. Now cruising along. Nice zoom in on the veggies on a stick. Delicious. Sign me up. Oh, here comes the shrimps. This guy's killing me. I have a feeling that our cameraman's really asking him to go for it all the way here. Make it happen. Come on. Man, I am losing out up here in this studio in the bowels of the Villa Marina Hotel. Meanwhile, little tree fort action. Making a little hut to hang out in. Giving a big thumbs up, yelling across the course, speaking their native tongue to the cameraman. And now back on board. These guys have been having a pretty respectable run all day. Breezies. I'm going to be quiet and listen. I enjoy listening to these guys. They're interesting to hear.
Keep straight. Keep straight. I'd say right. Yeah, right? Oh, she's feeling so good on this. Come on, baby, come on. Straight. Come back to me. Silt bed, stay left 500 feet. Silt bed left, stay 500 feet. Stay left. Coming up into it. Stay left, it said. This way? Yep. Okay. Hard right, 500. Here. Yep. There's your right.
So right here, Jeremy Frazee.
Hey, still right.
Having a good job. And look at, of course, there he is, our cameraman. Got a free drink. There goes all of our TV shots are now going to be junk. Yeah, fist pumping. You son of a gun, you. You're doing that to me. I know you are. I know you are. NORRA TV crushing it. This guy right here, he is something else. I'll tell you, he's a different character. He's my buddy. He calls me a crazy gringo. I think he's crazy. He's a riot. So say goodbye to any possibility of any good camera shots down there for the finish line now. Tiger Metal Stack. That's kind of funny. I'm not going to read it, but I think it's funny. Sean Cook. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? It is amazing. Jesse Lewis, after Baja, you may have a future on the Food Network. I don't know if you're talking to me or somebody else, but if it's me, I'll work for the Food Network. That sounds great. Brian H, 282, Brent Fox for tracking. Brent Fox is still putting a transmission in back at the end of Special Stage 1, I do believe it was. Sean Cook, those shades are sweet. I know. So is that cameraman if you got to meet him. That dude is wild. He's a good time. As we're on board with Larry Ragland through some of our Tiger Metal Shark says, sorry, you don't have to be sorry. That was funny. I just can't read it on the air. So in some of the private chats, it's talking about what competitors are actually in what place in reality, and I'm only talking about physically on course. And even if I had the times right now, it wouldn't necessarily be correct, because once they get to the finish line, then there may or may not be penalties assessed to any of the drivers for something that we don't know about. Maybe they don't even know about. Maybe they do know about it and they didn't think they got caught. There could be protests from one team to the other. So that's why whenever we get to the left line, and they try to not post everything until 8 p.m. And even then, there's changes through the night as things happen. It's not final at 8, but they try to have the next day starting order posted by 8. Chris Brandner says triple digits. Yeah, I know, right? It's impressive, Chris. Some of these big dogs, man, they really eat. Yesterday, Robbie Gordon in the Black Diamond in the Riviera truck hit 141. So, yeah, Dave Mason, Fox, so with a lot of these front runners, a lot of them. Even the pre-run buggies, all of them are touching off 100. I know Robbie Gordon's got a 4-seater pre-run buggy that I spent a lot of seat time in over the years. And he doesn't know it, but I've had that thing up to 131. And I know he has too, but I just don't think he knows that I was doing it. Still on board with Dave Mason Jr. right, so an update on Fox and changing that transmission. I just got an update right now. This is real time. Fox says they're probably going to be at least another hour, possibly 2 hours, before they have that transmission completely in and they're ready to roll. So at least an hour, maybe 2. So on board with Brad Lovell in that Ford Performance vehicle. Running very well today, having a great day 5. And so right now, we have the Riviera team is now in transit, and Dave Mason Jr. will be as well. So, still on board with the Ford Performance of Brad Lovell. Running nice and smooth. Great run for that Ford Performance truck today, for that Bronco. And we have Post about halfway through the transit on Highway 1 again. As we are now on board with Larry Ragland in the Riviera Javier's team, the number 3 of Mark Post's truck, with many superstars piloting that unlimited truck this week. And it looks like to me that Special Stage 2 is done for him and about done for Mason Jr. And going to be going into the last and final special stage of the day of 97.20 miles.
Right, left.
Where they are going to head pretty far north. Northeast, constantly going north, constantly going east.
We got a harder right coming up.
And it's going to bring them
Where? Straight right here.
back out to the shore.
And it's going to go left.
And then at that point, they will then take a hard 90-degree south to the right and head on down, all the way down along the water as they make their way into the pause.
Left again. Left. Little right, then back left.
Taking a look back, P.J. Jones still
Right. Left. Right, left, left.
all right. So as we are on board right now with Cullen, who has been having one heck of a race.
Left, right here.
We are going to take a moment to have a word with Ryan Thomas, GM of Razor Racing, of Factory Razor Racing. Hey, Ryan, Pleasure to have you on the show with us here today. Tell me a little bit about what's going on in your world, brother.
It's great to be in Baja. We're here in Las Positas. You know, the kids come up and ask for stickers. That's part of the whole deal. They're asking about when the cars are going to be here, all excited. They're playing a basketball game over here. We're having a great time. You know, this race, it's such a breath of fresh air to come down here and get to hang out with all of our friends. You know, we were stopped up at a special, or the end of a transit stage up there a little ways back, and one of the trucks was having a problem, and we happened to be there with tools to help them out, and then we drug them a little further out to the road. And that's just kind of how this race runs. You know, we're all here to have a good time. Of course, we want to win. We're happy. We're chasing Travis Clark in the 1831, and he's been leading the class for a while, but what we're really chasing is that overall UTV space. And I hate to see that our buddy PJ is on the side of the road, but that definitely opens up the door for us to sneak back in front into that first UTV overall space. So we're happy about that, and we should see Travis here in probably another 20, 25 minutes or so. So we're going to dump some fuel into him, give him some water, and then head on down to La Paz.
Right on. Hey, so, Ryan, let me ask you this. So, obviously, like you said, you are a sportsman. You know, you want to see everybody do well. Just like me, I don't want to see people lose races due to mechanicals. That's upsetting. You just want to see everyone go a mano, team against team. And you had mentioned P.J. Jones, and so my question is, mention to P.J. Jones, that tells me that, you know, he's in the back of your mind, and his style is smooth and consistent, and he runs, you know, with all of his experience at his age, you know, he's just calm and mellow. But then you have another competitor that's well in the mix, and that's Max Gordon, who is the opposite of the way he drives the car for P.J. Jones, who is, I don't have to explain it to you, just right to the wood all the time. So my question to you is, are you have more concern with someone like PJ's style, or do you have concern with someone like Max, where you're like, man, you know, he might break the car or he might not, and we know he's going to be going fast if he doesn't?
Oh, he's definitely going to be going fast. He's got that Gordon bloodline, and we know that. But you know, Baja's Baja, and we all know what Baja can do to you down here. It'll humble you real quick, and I think it's humbled Max a couple times. It takes a while to learn those lessons, you know? So I'm not taking anything away from the kid. He's amazing, and he could absolutely be there at the end. But we're betting on Baja this time for that one.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Well, hey, Ryan Thomas, thanks for taking the time out of your day to join us and just helping us make this NORRA TV show that much better. And I tell you what, we still got a whole nother day of racing to go. And if you ever have time again, hop back on. I'd love to speak with you a little bit more. But thank you so much for the time.
Right on. Sounds like a plan, man. Thank you.
All right, Ryan. Thank you so much, sir. All right, everyone. There is Ryan Thomas, GM of Razor Racing. And pretty cool stuff for him to talk about, without me even bringing it up, about, you know, what vehicles he's chasing, talking about, you know, P.J. Jones in the Can-Am, talking about Max Gordon in the Speed UTV, you know, so he knows it's not just about, you know, his group and his brand. It's about NORRA, and it's about racing, and it's about camaraderie. And so really cool stuff from Ryan Thomas there. And with any luck, maybe we have another opportunity to speak to them as we head on down the road here. We are right now got a shot of the Riviera team. Looks like they might be changing some tires. They have some time to do that. They can do anything they want to the vehicle right now. It is legal to do whatever you find necessary. And so that's what's happening right now as we are on board with Larry Ragland and Brent Bauman. And so the two of them, I think, might be staying in the car. It's kind of what it seems like. I know Brent is. I don't think you can pry Brent out of the car with a crowbar. He just stays in it. That's just the way it is. And then with Larry, I think Larry, it seems like he might be going for the full pull as well as the paparazzi over there taking some pictures. As they are physically in the lead on course. And then we should be seeing Dave Mason Jr. anytime now. Coming up behind him, also having a great race. And for any of these teams, you know, we've seen today more than any day, because you know we've been seeing some different vehicles break down and having different problems and crash out and things. But we haven't been seeing that. We haven't been able to cover a lot of it because it hasn't been with a lot of people with the cameras, and it hasn't been with the front runners. And all the front runners, they have all the proper camera and audio equipment for us to really cover them well. But now we are day 4 and well into it. I'm sorry, day 5 and well into it. A lot of racing, a lot happening down here. And, you know, it finally started to take a toll on man and machine within reason. So we see top teams like PJ Jones having some problems. Top teams like Fox having some problems. You know, a bunch of different vehicles that are having some issues. And so now we're getting down to the part of the course where, you know, it's going to happen. If you could build it, you could break it. So either way, we're on board right now with Max Gordon. He is making his way through what I think is a speed section. Still moving along pretty good at a decent pace. So I don't know if that's a speed zone or what. But he is still continuing on and making his way down to La Paz. Alrighty, so right now we're on board with Max. And as we're doing that, I'm looking at some of our other comments if we have anything new going on. Doug Tundler, come on, buddy. You can do better than that. Let's see here. Sean Cook, everyone sounds like they are friends, but they're racing each other. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's kind of the NORRA vibe, man. Sean Cook, that's kind of what it's like down here. As there's a shot of our finish line in La Paz. And that steel ramp they go over. They have that down here every year. Two things that are consistent, or a couple things that are consistent in La Paz every time we come down. Beautiful weather, that steel ramp in the Ford Bronco Club. And there we go. Let me check this out. So anyone that comes down here and thinks you're just going to be racing against teams is crazy. Because your biggest component or your biggest opponent is Baja. And it is the desert. And if you don't agree, you can ask PJ Jones or Bill. But both those guys having some struggles out there, racing against each other and against Baja. And there's Dave Mason Jr.'s crew.
I got it.
And as like I said, this is the time to do anything and everything that they want to this vehicle.
Really tight.
I'm going to just listen in and see what they're working on.
You want to hold these? Oh, I got it.
Not me. All right, fans. Quick update. All good. Doing a radiator change, and we'll be back on the road shortly.
Yeah, I believe he said a radiator change and be back on the road shortly. So maybe having some overheating issues. And definitely today would be the day you're going to overheat out of all 6 days. It's the longest. It's spending the most time out in the center of the peninsula, away from the water where it's the hottest. So definitely makes sense as they're continuing on to work on that. But they talked like it was no big deal. So there's our eye in the sky kind of showing the area there where a lot of the teams are stopping off. Looks like Ragland, I think, is staying in. I'm waiting to see his sleeves of his driving suit. They might be black sleeves now, and then that would change what's going on. All I know is Brent's not going to get out. So he's staying in the vehicle. And they're getting ready to take off here the line in just a little bit. Seems like nothing major as far as what needed to be done on that truck. But once again, so Dave Mason Jr. having a great run, still having a great run. That has not changed. But I believe it's changing the radiator. So he is, I think it's fair to say that he's fighting Baja 2 right now. With Robbie Gordon, as he just got around another competitor there. And Robbie coming up on another competitor here. Nope, that's Max Gordon. Both of them trying to get around people. I would imagine they're hitting the push to pass pretty hard right here. Oh, maybe they are still in the speed zone. That is a possibility. So here with Max, you can kind of hear a little bit more of what's going on. But yeah, must be still in that speed zone. So I would like to welcome our new friend, Matthew from Australia, on Facebook, on the Facebook comments. So we are worldwide right now, as we knew we were. But Matthew, and that is on Facebook, not on the YouTube. And but either way, Matthew, thanks for listening in. Hope everything is well down under. As Max Gordon's continuing on through the speed zone. So you see, kind of on the main drag down here in this little village, got teams all over the place, parked, waiting for their competitor or their driver to come in. And I think that's the Riviera truck. Yes, it is. Heading out. As they are getting ready to get back out in the desert for the last and final special of the day. Special stage 3. And I would imagine that they are waiting for their time to start. As they are getting ready to come out of Las Positas. So they just cruise through the village. There's a 165 is behind him as well, getting a radiator change. All right, so we are just waiting out some time, waiting out the clock, if you will, for the Riviera team to hit the course. And then we're going to get back to racing. Beginning special stage 3. Special stage 1 was 78.20 miles. It's done. It's over. 133.50 miles. Special stage 2. It's in the record books for their leaders. 97.20 miles to go in special stage 3. Back on board with Frazee. Well, now that's a good sign. See the hood's back on for Dave Mason Jr. Quick radiator change, ready to rock and roll. So they are ready to go, looks like. Ready to head back out for the last and final special of the day here for day number 5. Jeremy Frazee still digging along to the Evolution Pro UTV class, class 10. Here we are with George Hipp. 2 UTVs. Pictured side by side, two completely different portions of the race course. So both UTVs side by side in picture, but miles apart from one another. We've been getting some great in-car stuff from Jeremy Freezy's team as well. Freezy up on board with the Treehouse race team. So Doris Hitt still digging along, getting on the gas. All right, so as we are cruising along right now with Doris Hitt in the 8733 UTV class, we've also got an opportunity. We're going to step away from Doris Hitt, and we're going to have an opportunity to talk to Lindsay Geiser with the Shelby Hall team, Shelby Hall Motorsports team. Lindsay, tell me a little bit about how your NORRA is going with the Shelby Hall Motorsports team.
Hello, we are cruising. We're having a ton of fun. Shelby is in the driver's seat right now, and she's killing it. We had a little bit of a rough start, stage 1 and 2, but we got the truck all fixed up, and they made up over 97 positions in stage 3. So we were cranking up, and so she's back in the driver's seat today, and she's doing really good. We're almost to our driver change. Brady's gonna swap over and get in, but the whole team, a lot of us, it's our first time down to NORRA, so we've been really enjoying it. Back home, we've got everyone watching the live feed and giving us updates even that we don't know about from back home. So it's been an overall super fun experience.
Right on. So now you say a lot of the team has never been down to a NORRA, but has the team, most of the team have experience racing in Baja?
A lot of the team does. Some people have never been. So we've got a few newbies down here, getting to see all the sights and the whole experience. I mean, I've been coming down to Baja my whole life, but to be able to share that with some people who have never seen it has been super cool. So everybody's loving it. The media team's having fun. We're with the media team in here today, getting all the shots. So
Excellent.
yeah, they're loving it.
Right on. So that being said, I think it's fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, you've worked out the bugs. You've already passed 97 people in one day. Shelby's crushing it. Brady, who is just an absolute wild man, just a great dude. He's a good buddy of mine. He's about to hop in. We know he's going to crush it. So right now, the Shelby Hall Motorsports team is just performing like absolute champions and heading to the finish.
They are killing it. Doing so good. Yes, we are going to make it to Cabo and truck in one piece, and we are stoked. They're doing really good.
Right on. Well, you know, I know you've got your media team and a lot of others that are helping you along, put this program together and then get down here to NORRA outside of just who you've mentioned. I'm sure there's some people you'd like to mention right now and thank them. Who are they?
Yeah, we've got Wayne back at home. He came down for the start, and Wayne from Liberty Firearms, he's our boss man with the team. So he helped put this whole thing together, has backed Shelby, and has been a huge part of it. So he's back at home. We've got Jiffy Lube, BFG, Casey Highlights. The whole gang has been super supportive, and it's been fun to kind of share the journey along with them too. Wayne, who is our team, the head of our team, has never been to Baja, so this was his first time too, and he's loving it.
Right on. Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted you to do. I was trying to help you pay the bills there. And so you nailed that one perfectly. Okay, Lindsay, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to talk to me. And I'm really looking forward to seeing all you guys when I get to leave Ensenada and I'm in the studio up here and head down to the awards in Cabo. I'm looking forward to seeing all you guys down there.
Sounds good. We'll see you in Cabo.
Absolutely. With any luck, I'll be handing you guys a trophy.
We love it. Thank you.
Right on. Hey, great job, guys. And I'll see you in a couple days. Stay safe out there. Have fun. Keep smiling. That's what NORRA's all about. All right, so now we go to bushwhacking. Like real, legit bushwhacking. So perhaps we so as Randy Midier has been doing a great job with their navigating, having a little bit of struggles there, but who's not struggling? Brad Lovell is having a great day in that Ford Performance truck. So excellent stuff there. Ford Performance with Shelby Hall and also here with Brad Lovell as a nice shot of the finish line. And I'll tell you, as far as all the finish lines that we go to, and the local to have a good time, La Paz wins. Year after year, La Paz wins. These guys like to get down. They are not afraid to wet their whistle, if you know what I'm saying. And they like to have a real good time. So they are ready to go down there. We're going to be a while yet until we see our finishers getting to the line. Right now, it is official that the Riviera team is on course, and they have already begun their special stage, and there it is. Larry Ragland still behind the wheel. And then Masons and the Cops, they're about to do the same. Bob Briggs is just about to turn and cut through the village of Los Positos. And so everyone's making their way back out to the desert to get after it. So now onto a new stage. Same co-driver, or same navigator, same driver. Let's listen in and let the big dog eat. All right, so there you have it. Our physical leader out getting it done in the Postmobile. That Riviera truck driven by Larry Ragland today and all day, really getting after it, Larry, is out doing it right now. Green flag's about to fly for Dave Mason Jr. So Dave Mason about ready to join Ragland on the last and final special stage of the day. Cool shot up above there, the drone. As Javier with the drone, making it happen. Very good stuff. Counting down the time until it is ready for that green flag to fly. And they are off and running. No wasting any time. Right back at it. Two awesome shots right there for Dave Mason Sr. Behind him will be the Cops team, the number 250. Tell you that 98% of the times we go to Dave Mason's in-car, this is what we see. Just flying. As you're on board, just digging. His Volkswagen. Still cruising along with Brent Muir. So now, switching up, and we're on board with Cullen. They've been having an amazing race. Sorry I'm so quiet. I'm actually talking to our NORRA TV group online here, getting some additional information. Trying to bring you the best, most accurate news that I can. And in order to do that, I need people to feed me the news. And so I'm working that out right now. So Cullen. So Cullen started off 7th. He's in the 207. And is digging down to finish up special stage number 2. not much longer to go, and he's going to be to the finish line here for Special Stage 2. Get a quick breather. Whoa, take it easy, geez. Man, more people coming backwards on course. Well, on board. Looks like Max has made it to the checkpoint. Robbie Gordon is trying to get there. Robbie, considerable amount of miles behind Max. So right now, still digging along with Robbie Gordon. Max has finished Special Stage number 2. As has the 1016 of Eric Duran in his pre-runner. The 2626 as well has completed that. That's Dave Taylor. Dave Taylor's having a great run today. Then you get the 1464 as well. 1464 with Matthew Legg. Mike Honcho himself still digging after a wild day yesterday. End over end over end over end. Then a flat tire. Then wadded up some poor guy's elbow with some cactus. Quavis on home. So those guys are all about to finish up Special Stage number 2. So nice drone shot of the village there. As competitors are there for a quick break before they get back out on Special Stage 3. On board with Jeremy Frazee in some dust. Most likely means he's catching up to another competitor in the 185. So still digging along and doing it with style. The 185 doing a wonderful job. Great NORRA for these guys. here. Let's take a look and see how far the 185 is from completing special stage number 2. So the 185 right now is
but then
a little shy than
100% responsive, no difference in feeling. So I started to cancel that idea about the belt. It is noticeably
so that's not
heating
good.
up
Listen to what you're talking about.
Yep. So
they're a little less than a third of the way.
64 miles an hour now. Let me back it down to 55 and try it again here. But the caution light is
so a
gone.
third of the way through this section.
Off the dash, but now it's going to 68, throwing the code.
So these guys have a little bit of trouble there. Not sure exactly what it is. Said these guys, it says the car keeps throwing some type of code at them. So that could be frustrating. Bob Briggs to the line. Briggs having an excellent race so far here for 2025. Really good run for him. They're just sitting there right now, just waiting out the clock for the last couple of minutes. About to head out to the last and final special stage. Another relatively long one at 97.20 miles. Bob Briggs right now second in class behind the Riviera truck. We're watching Bob Briggs take back off for the desert, start off special stage number 3 for the day. The last and final update for those of you listening at home, the number 23 of Alex Earl's Motorsports. They are out for the day in their Jeep Commando. So for the Pioneers Class 4x4s, that 1969 Commando is out. And they're trailing it down to the pause to swap out to the axle. So if you're following those guys, they are heading to the pause on a trailer. They're going to get a fixture to get down there to race the last and final stage. Bob Briggs dropping a hammer. On your, we were on there, and now we switched to a completely different vehicle of Robbie Gordon. And his number 7 in that speed zone, which is about a little more than halfway through Special Stage 2. I'm sorry, it's about 2/3 of the way through the Special Stage 2, I should say. So Robbie Gordon, not a crazy amount of time left before he hits the highway and wraps up Special Stage 2. So these guys, as we're following along here with Robbie Gordon, making his way. Max scored quite a ways ahead. Robbie, nice, calm, cool, mellow right now. There is a shot right there. Let them get that transmission in the Fox team. So there is Brent Fox trying to wrap up getting that transmission in. And here we are with Durham and his pre-runner. He's been having a great run down here, staying right on the money every day. And that pre-runner has been on point for him. We saw him coming to the finish line yesterday, really stoked, really, really excited. I'm expecting nothing less today when he hits the finish line in La Paz. As he's just waiting out the clock right now before it's time for him to hit the road. So as we're waiting for him to start his stage, we're going to take a quick break ourselves. For those of you at home, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with you in just a few moments because we have a lot of racing left to go. Stay tuned.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
All right, so we are ready to launch off the line right here with our next competitors. I believe we are getting all of our front runners finishing up with special stage number 2 and about ready to hop on to their last and final as some of our physical leaders, not by times, but physical leaders on course, are out front. And as I've said, I don't have those times, and I won't. And there's going to be different penalties and what have you assessed at the end of the day and stuff. So even if I had them, it wouldn't be much like. So there we are, off and running as we hop on board with PJ Jones. He's fixed, he's back, and he's in the NORRA race once again. I'm gonna be quiet and listen in. I bet they're still nice and calm even after being stopped for that long. So there is PJ Jones getting after it after having a mechanical. Got that fixed. Now they're off and running. And they are digging. They're pushing. Doing everything they can to try to make up as much of that time as possible. It's a lot of time to make up. And only a day and a half of racing to go, with tomorrow being our shortest stages. As tomorrow, getting into our last and final stage down to Cabo. Special 1 is 31.7 miles. Special 2 is only 16. Special 3 is 63. They are going to jam through that. That's going to be very, very fast. Back on board with our Eugenio. So Eugenio just taken off from one of the waypoints as him and his buddies and his father's ashes are still heading down all the way to the peninsula. They have been working very diligently to keep that truck and that entry up and running. So far, so good. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. As we go back to the beginning of special stage number 3. Next up to go off the line here, I'm working it out. A couple different vehicles we have sitting here. We've got the 7667, the 2020, the 1462, and the 1012.
No.
Okay, so there is the 7667. That is James Chip Griffin III. Behind him is the fastball team. Griffin III pulling up to the line. Just waiting out time right now before they're ready to drop the hammer one more time. So the way this works, depending on the time that you come in, you have a allotted amount of time in between the end of one special and the beginning of the next. So you can't just take off and do that. The reasons of you get a certain amount of time. Everybody gets a certain amount of time to be in between specials to work on your truck or your car, your buggy, your UTV, whatever you need to do. And then also for safety reasons, keep things a little spread out and things. Because keep in mind, it's not necessarily a head-to-head race. It is by the times. So it's all about the numbers as we're on board. As we are on board with Parker Lovell. His father, Brad, I believe, navigating. And then from what I understand, had a little bit of contact with another vehicle while out on course. Which does happen. And even when you have an entire desert to work with, sometimes rubbing's racing, and that's just the way it is. It looks like got a bungee cord holding the hood on. So fastball. They're back at it again. That is Bobby Patton. And now we're back on board with Larry Ragland, the Off-Road Hall of Famer. And Brent Bauman. First on course. So it looks like the Fox team is wrapping up now. Trying to get up and going, get things finished up. You can kind of see it's all over his face. You know, having such a wonderful run, 4.5 days. But I think the look at his face tells the story, even though we can't hear that there. Well, you can't blame him. As we continue on board with the Riviera team. Looking good here with Mason. Got a new radiator in. It'd be awesome if somebody just happened to take a rag and run it over the camera on the in-car of Mason. And I believe that should be in a speed zone right there, I think. Otherwise, let me look him on the tracker and see exactly where he is. So looking into where we're at. Now we're on board. We're about to be on with Cullen. Mike Honcho. Matthew Legg getting it done. And then we're bound on board with PJ Jones.
Drivable, drivable, drivable. You're gonna do a little check right there at the end of it. Just check right here. Left, drive it, stay in it, stay in it.
PJ Jones, knows what it's all about down here in Norra, in Norra's Baja. You gotta take the highs and the lows together. So they're fixed up, running well again. And with a little bit of luck, they're running right back up front again. But they certainly have their work cut out for them after that mechanical.
Narrow cattle guard coming around this corner.
Narrow cattle guard.
Check left here, so we go left.
So PJ's pushing it. I almost feel, I could be wrong, but I almost feel like maybe PJ's giving it an extra couple percent here than what he was before, just because he's got to make up some time. There is the 1811. That is Caesar running very well. Back on board with Jones. About ready to roll out, I believe, with Collins this time. Matt Cullen about ready to get back out on track. So the 207, Cullen continuing on to have a great run. As we got another pre-runner vehicle coming up to the line. That is Max Gordon right behind him in the 77. About to leave off the line as well. Meanwhile, the Riviera truck is all the way, is almost as far north as this special will go, and is only minutes away from doing that big 90-degree turn and heading south down the coast towards La Paz. on board with Raglan in the Riviera truck. All the way up to about the most northern point in this special. All right, so a couple more turns to go. And Raglan will start heading south again for the last and final time of today. Back up through those big cactus. You're making it look easy, that Riviera team. So here we are on board the bigger screen to your left. That is the Riviera truck, the number 3, owned and operated by Mark Post. On your right, that is the in-cab from the Speed UTV of Max Gordon. So, pretty cool stuff. Max Gordon has been wanting to have an opportunity to spend some more time in the trophy trucks, I'm sorry, in the unlimited trucks, and he's doing that with his dads. And now we hop on board with Robbie Gordon, who has been on board in both these vehicles already this week. Yesterday, drove the Riviera truck the whole way from Beverly down to the finish line in San Ignacio. And then today, he's back in his UTV again, so he's double dutying 2 different race cars in one race, along with not being owner of Speed UTV, keeping all the other Speed UTV cars and teams up and going. Very busy man. Fast section right here for Raglan. You see I'm heavy on the wheel back and forth, chopping at the wheel to get through that section fast. Gnarly G out right there. Now we are on with Fox, I do believe. I'm going to be quiet and listen to see what they have to say. Oh, is it mini air?
I'll be looking at time. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Yeah.
So they've got, they had been doing some pretty heavy duty bushwhacking earlier, but all in all, not having a bad day. They were concerned earlier about a few other things, but it looks like they're going to be all right. They're moving along pretty good here. And there we are, waiting for more competitors to come up to the start line of Special Stage 3. On board with one of our bug competitors, or beetle competitors, if you will, the V-Dubs, Franz Muir, driver record. So all in all, these guys having a pretty good race. As they're taking it easy, nice and slow. So here is Navigator saying it's all straight. Let her eat, bub. Let her have it at it. Give her the beads. Now back on board with PJ Jones.
Hey, I can see him waiting for it to go. Yeah.
Definitely,
You're straight.
definitely chasing somebody down.
Are you okay?
Not yet. This is the third
dust.
time. All straight.
They know they got to push
All straight.
perhaps a little harder than they wanted to.
You're straight. You're straight.
You hear PJ saying, oh, I don't know where I am.
Straight.
Navigator saying, just go straight. That's what I'm here for.
Come on, get out of the way. You're straight. You're straight.
I'm sure he's hitting to press the pass. Excuse me, press the pass.
You're straight. Stay straight, stay straight. Keep an eye, get straight.
Yeah, seriously, it's just so much dust is making me tough out there.
You're straight. Showing straight, showing straight. You're straight.
Still digging good. PJ trying to make up some time here. He's got a ways to go before he can do that. Sadly, having a mechanical is just running what was arguably maybe one of the best. Easily having one of the best NORRAs out of maybe 5-6 teams that were running flawless and that had a mechanical, and that's definitely upsetting.
You're straight. I'm just pushing it over and over again. You're straight still. Still straight. Still straight. Still straight. Still straight.
All right, so there is what's happening to PJ Jones. They're running good. They're stuck in dust. Pressing the button, but the people in front of him will not get out of the way. That can be very frustrating. Yes, right now we've got the 33 coming to the line. Bob Howie in his vintage 4-cylinder. Bob Howie putting in an amazing run in that vintage mobile. In that 33. Really, really driving well. Yeah, Bob, let her eat. Just, a practice start, if you will, first, and then get going. With that old vehicle, and I'm going to look right now. I believe that's a Chenoweth. Could be wrong. Yeah, it is. It's an 89 Chenoweth. As now we are on board with Jeremy Frazee.
Can hear us. If there's any way you can look on the Garmin and give us any guess of how long the rest of the special stage is from where we're at, that would be awesome. Hit me up on my Insta or the Garmin, most likely.
You got a sticker? Here, I got you.
Yep.
These guys
They'll be jumping the
want to know how long the stage is, which maybe is just simple as, you know, they want to know for one reason or the other, or maybe they're like, I'm so ready to get out of this car.
We gotta run it.
We're gonna let him go first.
Because we do know that coming into San Felipe, going through the whoops, they were pretty over it.
Yep. Stay right.
Yeah, so they've got, this is not the first, second, or third time we've seen cows on course. And he's just letting him have the way. So just one of those things you got to watch out down here, because keep in mind, we are often running through different ranches and farms and things, and with the permission of the ranchers and the farmers, of course. And they try to keep their livestock, you know, corralled in a certain area away from the course. But when you some of these guys, they own hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of acres, and their stuff just kind of roams free. And if you can't get them all in before the race starts, then guess what? You just can't get them all in. It is what it is. They're not going to be too worried about it. And so you got to watch out for that, because there is oftentimes livestock out on the course. On board with Raglan. Both Raglan and Mason are very much into the portion of heading south to the pause. It's all south now, all the way down to the finish line. As Larry Raglan getting through this canyon section. It's pretty cool to watch the experienced drivers like Raglan and stuff. You know, he's arguably one of the nastiest trucks built to be no demand, right? But there's areas where it's just like, hey, there's no two ways about it. You want to get through here safely and not wreck everyone's race, you just gotta cruise. Never pulling the chute, just pumping the brakes. Mason Jr. getting it after it, very good as expected. So looks like, I guess we didn't know that they were having overheating problems before, but that must have been what's going on. Otherwise, why bother changing the radiator? Hopefully they got that worked out. Brent Fox back up and at it. New transmission. New V, new tranny. Let's go. So Fox running, excuse me, such an amazing race. And then all of a sudden, at no fault of his own, bit by the desert and had to put an old new transmission in. As we see him going through these windy roads. And NORRA TV with their drone picks up an amazing shot here. off in the distance. Great stuff. These guys waving away at everybody. Having a good time with it. Look at all the people just up here in the middle of nowhere. Beautiful spot right there. Looking down on the water, just camped out for the day, watching racing. It really is a beautiful run down the coastline here into La Paz. Grabbing some gears here, coming down out of the mountain area. And now really letting her eat. That's when it gets super fun. Larry Ragland having a good time on these dirt roads here, coming down out of the mountain. As we hop back on board with Mason, see how their day's going. So right now, we got Ragland and Mason. All that real tight stuff through the canyon and all that stuff, that's where Mason is right now. So he's just getting into it. He's got ways to go to get through it. The cops team, the 250, they've made the turn south. So now they're headed down there as well. The 829 is about to do the same. Bob Briggs. Briggs has another few minutes to go before he makes that turn south. So through this tight technical area. All right, so now we hop on board with Trey Hernquist. Just giving the old girl a little touch. Cruising right along. The 2950 of Hernquist. Hernquist this morning came off the start line a little further back than he'd like. And I'm looking to see exactly where he came off the line, the 2950. So back there considerably. Started off towards the back of the pack this morning, so work cut out for him right from the get-go. Now, about ready to come off the line here. Our next competitor just waiting out the clock one more time. On board with Brett Box. Back at it again. Stella clicking off there, getting into a speed zone. How cool is that, Josh? That is rock and roll right there. That is rad. Not really where you want to make a big mistake right here. Some of this stuff coming down out of the mountain, it's all beautiful. Some of it will really bite you. Treacherous, but it's got to be a good time. I mean, how can you be Dave Mason right now and not be loving life? Just having a blast. .165 Dave Mason Jr. Pushing it coming down off the mountain. Some beautiful views, but not really a good time to check them out. On our way here from Loreto to La Paz. If you have not joined in earlier this morning, this is the coverage of the 2025 NORRA Baja. 6 days of racing. This is day number 5. Starting up in Ensenada. Finishing all the way down in Cabo. That is Content Aware team right there. Still in that speed zone, I believe. Where the cell is going off, I'd say absolutely. And there is Glidden. Glidden has been running a nice, calm, intelligent pace the whole time, minding his own business. And however, find himself off the course a few hours back earlier today, and then had a competitor behind him do the same thing and had some pretty major contact. Well parked off course, had to break out the shovels and dig each other out. Looking good. Still, I believe, holding down second place by class for him. Trevor Glidden, the Evolution Heavy Metal. just the fastball race team ahead of him. So still staying in the P2 spot by class. Joris Hitt on board, Treehouse Racing, racing for ALS. Little pockets of race fans popping out up and down the peninsula. All over the place. Running very good. Been staying relatively consistent every day and every stage. Matt Collin. There is, look at that buggy. Is that Butch Jensen's entry? We haven't seen much or of any of Butch in Rena in this 2025 Norris Baja. So there's our next competitor pulling up, and it looks like a UTV behind him, Andre Lauren, in the 288. About to take off the line. Not waiting around long, and they are off and running. Well, that's happening there. I'm going to get to the tracker. I bet you Mark Post is a ways down just in time for Post to hop on here with Larry Ragland. It's not going to be that crazy far long in time until we have our leaders at the finish line. So they are heavy on the gas, rocking and rolling. There's a shot of this morning's start line in Loreto. It is the finish line. Why would we show the start right now? That was silly. So we are heading down to La Paz. That's where that finish line was. And there is 26, which should be, well, I thought, it doesn't seem right, I came in at 26. 25, yeah, Butch Jensen, that makes even more sense. So Butch Jensen ready to go with Rena in there, I believe, navigating. So they are ready to rock and roll. Butch, smart about what he's doing. So he's picking a different line. Everyone's going in the same rut there. That just doesn't seem like a smart setup. As Butch Jensen is off. And now we are on board on the highway in a transit with Robbie Gordon. Robbie with a semi-truck in front of him. I hope that truck is going the speed that he's allowed to go, because otherwise he will figure out a way to get around it. There's the 916, Javier Gonzalez.
La cagué, güey.
Going to the in-cab here of the Cullen team. There's a cool shot right there. Coming down out of the mountain. It's a drone shot. Looking to see just who that is. I thought it was Cops. That is the number 250 Cops machine. Really wild stuff right there. What a view. That is just beautiful. As we've seen this section, of course, used in the past. I don't know about every year, but I know that we have used that for NORRA before. Now the 3919 of Alfredo Olmedo in his Can-Am. So right now the 3919 about to leave for the beginning of special stage number 3, the last and final. Looking back to see who else is right near the start in town. Good handful of vehicles. Robbie Gordon being one of them, just past the PMX, the Oxbow station. As we're on board with PJ Jones. Looking to see where PJ Jones is currently sitting. Just went by a yellow buggy here, and I'm trying to get him done on the tracker. People as possible here, as he had such an amazing race earlier on and then had that mechanical and no fault of his own. stepping away from PJ Jones for a moment. As we hop on, I believe this is, yep, yeah, I was right. I was first going to say Helco, but it is not. That is Hernquist. So Hernquist in some thick dust. That's the kind of thing you really got to trust your navigator. And if you don't trust your navigator, that's going to be a problem. So pretty soon, Max Gordon and PJ Jones will be close to one another, but Jones will be heading south and Max will be heading north on 2 different portions of the course. So that's very upsetting. Was really enjoying that battle. Still on board with Hernquist. Which is Trevor Glidden running at his pace, brought to you by Myers Minks. Nice, mellow, easy, and relaxing. That's what Myers Minks is all about, and so is Trevor Glidden. Okay, back to the start. Excuse me. So quite a few are now on to the last and final stage. Special stage, I should say. Same with 60 as well, just left the line. So another one of our green runner classes. Duran. Been following him a little bit here and there, this NORRA. Duran doing relatively well, especially by class. Not bad at all. The 1805 of Bolton ready to go. Folks, I know we had some pretty good camera coverage early on. Right now we've got our camera team spread pretty thin because this is a very long day here with these 3 stages all being respectable in length. So our camera crews are spread pretty thin, so we don't have a lot of options right now to bounce to you. So it's the start line, an awesome drone setup that we've got by, and another setup by Ugo. And then beautiful, soothing sounds of me. Now back on board with PJ Jones. Got some ground to make up. And he is doing it. He's passing cars. He's making it happen. He's getting himself in fresh dust nonstop. That part doesn't sound fun, but it's a necessity right now. With the number 3, Larry Ragland's driving that post machine right now. Going through a speed section. So I'm curious what's going on. They are at an area of asphalt. Quite some time. For a long time. I can see where perhaps that might be a little confusing. Yeah, so it looks like a pretty long transit at the end there. Mason Jr. dropping the hammer, as always. And there is Robbie Gordon moving up the pack in his Speed UTV. On board with Robbie Gordon. Meanwhile, coming down what should be on the highway section, it seems to be that Dave Mason would be catching up to Larry Ragland in the number 3 Riviera truck. So Mason also just clipping along. So, that being said, we have Ragland, Mason, pretty big gap until we get to the cops' vehicle. That's pretty far north of our 2 leaders. Big gap right there. Then we get into Bob Briggs. And everyone else much closer together on top of one another. Robbie Gordon put in a real good run. Max Gordon put in a good run. Both of them doing quite well. So here we are back to the initial start line for Special Stage 3. Coming to the line here, I believe, one of the Ford Broncos. The Ford Performance about to hit the line here with Brad Lovell. Off and going. Let's see, I heard through the grapevine that he may have had a little contact with another competitor. Somewhere along the lines today. As he gets ready to take his last and final green flag of the day today. So Lovell about ready to cruise out. Meanwhile, looking back into the action. It seems as though that possibly, just possibly, we could have Mason maybe. It's hard to say. And once again, it's all by time, not by the physical deal.
Thank you.
So now we're out on course with Lovell. then have to change the transmission. Right now, Baja, the desert, is really grabbing hold of some of these competitors. We had 5 days in, and we've been seeing quite a few competitors having problems. Cowboy Cerrone and his team, they had a major issue early on today. We saw Zemek and his Jackal. A tree got a best of him, jumped right out in front of him. It's crazy how that happens. PJ Jones, he was down for a couple hours. He had some big problems. And I am hearing as well that we may have some problems with Max Gordon as well. So we are definitely seeing the desert and Baja grab hold of a lot of these competitors. We saw Mason had to put a new radiator in, but they were able to get up and going. But I believe, from what I understand right now, Max has had a mechanical. And I'm not going to say that Max is out, but right now, Max is parked. Some more homework here. See what exactly is going on with where Max is, but I do know that he has got a mechanical issue. It's not a minor one. His father's not far behind him. So they're going to assess the situation and take it from there. Meanwhile, on board with Fox, we've been doing a lot of this. Now we got a different view, hoodless. Looking out the back, they got the truck up and running, purring like a kitten again. Getting down not too far from finishing up the last and final. Special today. There's another Speed UTV looking good, nice and clean. That is the Todd Romano entry. On board with Cullens.
Right. Down here to the right, and then we're going to do a hard back to the left. Coming up to a hard back left. Right here, nice. Yep. Right to the left.
That vehicle did not sound great. I didn't see exactly what vehicle it was as I was doing a little more homework here. So we are looking at right now, not far at all from when we see the Riviera number 3 pull into the finish. from a long stage of 308.90 miles today. On with both Larry Ragland and Dave Mason Jr. on the highway, heading south to the pods. You see, look at there is Ragland waving to some of the fans with Brent Bowman. Waving away. Brent Bowman staying in the truck, doing the navigating duties the entire race, I do believe. And why not? He's one of the best in the business. Very, very good at what he does. Making his way to the finish. And what I would have to imagine, nobody has told me this, but I would have to imagine it was a long and hot day. Dave Mason doing the same. Mason Jr. not too far behind. And then looking further on in the leaderboard. Little by little, Baja starts to strike and will start taking out competitors. How? I don't know, but it happens, especially in a long, grueling race like this. Tom Allen with his Evolution Jeep Speed 3700 in some dust, which is can either be looked at, it can be frustrating if because that dust is a vehicle that just got by you, or it could be a little, hey, it'll pick me up, if you will. Be like, yeah, we're still catching vehicles, we're still passing vehicles. So right now, Tom Allen looking good. As we are not all that long away from getting some words in with our top finishers at the finish line, which will certainly be helpful because, as I mentioned earlier, just so everyone understands, this is a long run, over 300 miles, and we have our camera crews stretched rather thin. And so being able to bring you the coverage as we have the last couple of days with the shorter stages is a big challenge. And so once we get to the finish line, we have that team down there. We'll be able to get in some of the news from some of the right out of the mouths of the drivers. And then keep in mind, for official times and finishes, check in on the NORRA website later on this evening. beautiful sight right there. Look at that. That drone footage is bringing you something so cool. And right now we are bouncing around. There it is. Well, look at the Bronco Club. Ford Performance alongside a Bilstein. That is quite the combo right there, and a lot of that on these trucks. I was down there just a year ago, and a lot of the same vehicles come back year after year. And we do have, they're all Broncos. Let me start with that. They're all Ford Broncos. It's a big club. And a lot of those Ford Broncos are rocking the Bilstein shocks. So it's a perfect combination here for NORRA with two of our wonderful partners, being Bilstein and Ford Performance. Both those companies been around for a long time and are proven, both on and off the road, to perform better than most. And there it is. Larry Ragland in the number 3. Super pumped. Brett Bauman. Clapping, happy. Everybody's excited. As they are making their way to the actual finish line. So you see a bunch of the team there from the Riviera team right there, waiting for him. I mean, how much, you can't get more beautiful than that. I believe that is Thomas Purcell letting her eat through this area. In the 2-2-2 team, the Triple Deuce. Purcell looking really good. Great shots right there. Now back on board with the post team with Larry Ragland behind the wheel, making his way to the actual finish. As we go to some of our comments on YouTube. Tiger Metal Stack. He's a funny dude, Tiger Metal Stack. He says, wait, no Cybertrucks? You know what, dude? Probably someday. I mean, if you know what I mean. Jeez. Let's see here. Timing shows, let's see, Brian H. says timing shows Dave Mason Jr. with a huge penalty. Is that correct? I can't answer that yet. And the only reason is why is I just have too many things on my plate right now. So I will go through that stuff later tonight in my hotel room and then in the morning before we get in. But I just have way too many things, conversations going on in my ears and on my computer and on the screens in front of me. So I honestly, I'm not being rude, Brian H. I don't have time to go through and see who's got penalties at this point. And then we're coming into a military checkpoint. And Bobby Chelfa, the Chelfa company in San Diego, saying the 769 is the vehicle. I just, okay. Thank you for that, Bobby, because I missed him. I was looking down at my computer. And I appreciate that, Bobby Chelfa. All right, now we've got not PJ Jones, but we do have the Treehouse team right here. That's who we're on board with at the moment. And then I've got Sebastian is going to scroll up for me some more of these comments. See if we got anything great. What was that? Hold it back down again. VVid, great coverage and commentating. You're right. You are dead money right there. Great coverage and absolutely amazing commentary. Yeah, boy, you nailed that one right on the head, buddy. Let's see here. And then Tiger Metal Stack. Not making a joke, just asking some honest questions this time. I like it better when you're money. But then you go, how many Bajas are there? Races, that is. Well, with all the different series that goes on down here, there's quite a few, but I can tell you that there are 2 Norras. There's the Norra's Baja that we're in right now, and the 500 as well. And then there are other race series that have 1,000, a 500, a 400, a 250, and some other smaller series as well. And then Uncle's Monkey. Uncle's Monkey. Nice to see racing in Southern Baja during the day after decades of Baja 1000 night racing only. Yeah, that's what Norra's all about. The Baja's Norra's all about is racing during the day. It's safer, it's cooler, it's easier to cover. Austin Farner. Larry just stopped to sign autographs. That was awesome. Yeah, why not? Have some fun with it. Chasa, C-H-S-A, Chasa. Show some moto updates, Sean. Chasa, you and I are on the same page. There's nothing more I would love to do. However, and I can't tell you why, because I don't know, but they're on a different course this year, the whole thing, and we don't have it all covered, and I don't have any information on them. So you and I, Chasa, are on the same page. And I'm sorry, I apologize from the bottom of my heart to you and all the moto guys and gals, because I would like to be covering them, and they deserve to be covered. And this is the first time in my 8 or 9 years or whatever of doing NORRA that I wasn't covering them, and I feel terrible. And then Chasa, you followed up with, yes, great coverage. Great job, guys. Thank you very much. We do appreciate that. Folks, if you have anything to say, good or bad, send it in on our YouTube. As now we are back on board again with the Fox team. And we also have, heading into the finish, Cop's about to do that. Bob Briggs heading in as well. So as I'm taking a look at everything that's going on and just doing some thinking, hey, there is Blake Wilkie. Blake looking good. So as we had earlier on, problems with PJ Jones, and it took him some time to get fixed and get running. Now we have some major issues with the 77 of Max Gordon. So we are right back in it with a fierce race. And now I'm looking at the tracker. Seems like Robbie Gordon is about 100 meters from getting to Max Gordon right now. And I highly doubt Robbie's just gonna blow by him. So I would imagine he's going to stop and assess the situation and take it from there, and we'll figure out what's going on. That's why I was not calling Max Gordon out of the race, because it's never over till it's over. All right, and when you involve Robbie, the Gordon family, they never give up. And so we'll see what happens once Robbie gets up there with Max, which is coming up momentarily, and then we'll see what's going on.
Cartridge works. Rock on. Right over this crest is a right. And crest straight. And crest straight.
All right, back on board with Randy Midier in the 995. And as I've been now talking for 7.5 hours today, I was exhausted. I was tired. And I asked my amigo, get me the strongest coffee you can find in the world. And he came back with one, and I'm doing double sneaker wheelies right now. It's working.
Narrow concrete road.
We're ready to go. On board right now with Larry Ragland. As these guys are now with Brent as well, pulling up to the actual finish line here. And as I mentioned earlier today, out of all the finish lines, nobody parties like they party in La Paz. They are not afraid to let you loose, if you know what I'm saying. There goes that single-seater. He has been running all the way down by himself, starting off in Ensenada and living in Ensenada. So, a little bit of news I'm figuring out here. So Robbie Gordon got up to Max Gordon. I'm sure he assessed the situation. And now Robbie Gordon is at least 1,000 meters, a couple thousand meters past Max Gordon. So he must have said something along the lines of, well, kid, you're on your own on this one, bub. So here we are on board with Robbie Gordon. But now I see what's going on. It looked like Robbie and Max were separated as if Robbie kept going. But now that I see the pace that vehicle just went by Robbie, which is not how things normally go, there may be getting some assistance. So that being said, the speed team are going to figure out a plan of what they need to do for Max here. Meanwhile, we are awfully close to having all of our lead cars at the celebratory finish line. So let's get ready to celebrate, and what's a better way to start that celebration out without celebrating our partners here at NORRA's Baja. So we'll be right back with you right around the world, right around the corner, and we're going to start off this celebration by an ode to our partners.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
So there we are, going through downtown La Paz as they make their way to the finish line. Larry Ragland, the co-driver in this team. This team has been operated by Mark Post, Larry Ragland, Rob McCachran, Robbie Gordon, and navigated by Brent Bauman. So that's a tough group to beat right there. You got some pretty tough characters. So we are only about 1,000 meters and a couple stoplights away from the number 3 Riviera truck pulling up onto the finish line. Followed right behind them is Mason Jr., Dave, with a phenomenal run. As we see Larry Ragland about to pull in to the finish, and a handful of vehicles about to take off to start the stage. They're coming down out of the mountain. Just a rad section through here. Beautiful area. Got the shoreline right there. Beautiful views up on the mountains. Race cars in the mix. I don't know what more you could ask for. Well, I do, but we're not going to get into that. There is the 235. Getting down out of the mountain area there. That 235 is piloted by none other than Derek Hunter, and he's in the 2018 Brenthal. And he's got it listed as a generation something. I'm not making that up. That's what he's got on the entry. And there we are to the finish line with a Myers-Manx from the Safari class. So our Safari competitors having a blast. But here comes the first, the truck's the second big dog. There's the big dog right there. Mark Post. That's the big dog. So here we have it. The boys bringing it up on top of the podium here in La Paz. The big dog next to the big truck, Mark Post. The legend himself in the Riviera.
How are you? Perfect drive, my friend. I watched the whole damn thing. You gonna say hi? Sorry. Well, I was hoping you had fun. You're beaming.
So right there, perfect drive. I watched the whole damn thing all day. I'm going to be quiet and see if we can get some more of this action. All right, so there it is. The celebration is beginning. Mark Post telling his guys what a great job they did. And they did. Just flawless, just phenomenal. These guys doing such a wonderful job as the celebration begins.
That got you the purples at least. You get nervous, right?
So now we got Dave Mason Jr. about to pull in as well. And I gotta say, flawless as well. You know, he had a flat the other day. Wasn't his fault. Had to replace a radiator today. Wasn't his fault. Everything that is under Dave Mason Jr.'s control stays in his control. What a phenomenal competitor he is. I'm excited to see where we are at the times at the end of the day. Later on tonight, we'll take a look and see. Dave Mason Jr. We've seen him win at NORRA's, and we see him attempting to win again this year, and he's well on his way to maybe making that happen. It's Dave Mason Jr. sitting there. We see the graphic of Matt Cullen, because he's in the next car that's coming up. There we are with Matt Cullen. Also put in an amazing
say follow the main road. How the hell do I know which one's the main road?
Yeah, there's a lot of main roads here.
Yeah. Speed. Speed.
I know, I can go 37.9.
Okay, well this one said 38.
This one says, yeah.
Go to 37.
You see Collins kind of joking around with each other a little bit there.
How about that? 37.2.
Yep.
And we hop on board with Brad Lovell and his son, as that Ford Performance Bronco has been having a great day. A little bit of contact with another competitor early on, but that doesn't mean they're not having a great day. Ford Performance, flawless Ford Performance, as they continue their way south on the peninsula. As we are now still at the finish line, but now we got the 165 of Dave Mason Jr. at the finish. Dave Mason, there's a great shot of him right there, getting the belts off. So he looks happy with the performance. Not losing any time due to that radiator. So you hear, it's a party down there, rock and roll. Axl Rose letting her eat. So there he is, pulling down off the podium. Looks like the cops truck here, and was the next one that's going to be coming in. Meanwhile, let's take an opportunity to get down and see what the Riviera driver, Larry Ragland, had to say about today's super long run.
Ragland, man, what a journey. So I got a couple fun facts here. 82 years old.
Yes,
you
sir.
were going to retire last year. What
did.
the heck made you come back and want to do this, man?
Well, I'm sitting at home a couple months ago, and longer than that actually, but Mark Post called me and says, hey Larry, I'm putting together a team for the Mexican 1000 for NORRA. I said, well, sorry, but I've just promised my wife, and I'm not going to do it anymore. I really am getting too old to do it. And anyway, he says, no, I'm going to get Rob Mack, I'm going to get Robbie, I'm going to get you, and we're going to have what I call our off-road dream team. And I said, well, I've never got to race with Rob Mack. I have Robbie, as I've raced with him once before, but anyway, it sounded like fun, and he promised me just one day. You get one day, and that's it. And I said, okay, I'll do that. As long as I don't have to start, I'll get in somewhere and do it. But anyway, I asked my wife, and she was nice enough to say one more. So anyway, that's what it came down to, and here I am.
Well, here you are, a winner. And the cool part about it is I also heard that this was one of the stages that you would like to win because it was your favorite.
I've tried, I don't know how many years to win this stage. It's just, to me, a really, really fun stage. It's a challenging stage, and even more so today. They threw a whole bunch of that tight stuff leaving Loreto, and this big old truck is really hard to navigate through there. It's just a monster. First and second gear for like 50 miles. And the next thing you know, then we're going 130. And so to go back and forth. So a great stage. I've always wanted to race, come along the Sea of Cortez the last 30 miles once we get over the mountain and we come down. Big, wide, graded road, just as much fun as a man could ever have on one of these things. You know, we're going 130 and throwing her sideways, and it was just, I mean, it's really fun.
Hey, so I got a couple questions for you. You make it sound like it's so easy because you're, well, you were going to retire last year, but you're still loving it. You're still in the flow.
No, I can still do it. I don't know what to say. You know, I can do it. Physically, I feel like I could have kept racing, and I think we went 360 miles today, something like that, but 300 racing miles. I feel really good. I mean, the truck is a dream. This is a lot easier than some of the things that I've driven in the past.
Well, we were actually talking about that a little bit, and thank you to Austin Fish Farner, Fishgistics, for giving us some of these questions. How is this truck compared to Arnold? Because we know this has paddle shift as well.
Well, Arnold, really, I could probably make Arnold be a more competitive or ride nicer. This truck is just so comfortable. Going down the highway, you would think you were in a Mercedes. You get in a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone on the highway, and it's just like we're going 25 miles an hour. It drives so nice. Take your hands off the steering wheel. It's just so comfortable. It's just, but Arnold would be, he could be competitive, but it's not the same as this. Arnold's never been updated.
Yeah, well, it looks like you're having fun, man. It's great to see a smile on your face. I know Mark, like said, he put together the dream team for you guys. Maybe just say thanks to the fans at home for watching, because we got a lot of comments saying how awesome it was to see you ripping today.
No, I love coming to Baja. I love Baja. My wife and I have just built a home between Mulegé and Loreto. We just moved in about a week ago. So that's where we'll be going after the race. But I love the fans down here. No matter where I go, I have help. Whatever I need, I can find, because they're there to help me, and I love it. I mean, I just can't say enough about Baja.
Well, congratulations, Larry, on the stage win. We really appreciate you taking the time with us. You're about to get mobbed by a bunch of fans out here, man. It's crazy.
It's the best. It's the best.
All right, well, thank you very much. Back to you, Sean.
All right, so that's great stuff. And I tell you, I feel honored, almost choked up a little bit about being here and be part of this race, and knowing that this is Larry Ragland's official last race, and to watch him do it, and do it in absolute style, do it Larry Ragland style, as still being just a #1 competitor. And you know, lucky for me that in the last few years I've got to do a handful of NORRAs and things with him. I knew he was getting older. I didn't know he was about to retire, because, you know, I mean, like he said, he can still do it. He's still one of the best. Doesn't matter what his age is. But saddens me, and I understand why he's getting out of it. I get that. But it saddens me to see such a legend that's not going to be out here with us anymore. But I don't, maybe not behind the wheel, but I don't believe that's the last that we've seen of Larry Ragland involved in Baja, or at least coming to the races. But Larry, congratulations and kudos to you, sir, on an amazing career in off-road racing. And off-road wouldn't be the same if you weren't involved with it all these years. So thank you so much, Larry, for everything that you have done for us in the off-road community. As right now we are on board, and not on board, but we are getting a good shot of some more of the bigger, gnarlier, faster trucks coming down off the mountain, where Larry's just saying it's one of his favorite areas, and he's always wanted to race through there. And now we hop on board with the Ford Performance of Brad Lovell. Brad Lovell and his son having a great run today down the peninsula. And as I'm taking a look here, we should be seeing the Cops team should be wheeling up to the finish as well. As they drive down towards the end of the Melicon. And then we're going to get into the 214. It's going to be there joining us there in a minute. And so we're going to have an opportunity to get an interview with Dave Mason Jr. Dave Mason Jr., other than some mechanicals that were not his fault, he has just been flawless.
Dave Mason,
so what's Dave Mason Jr. got to say?
Running down a guy like Larry Ragland, that's not a small feat.
No way, man. That guy's a legend. He's a hero of mine, and it was really cool starting behind Larry today. and he knows these roads better than anybody. So there were certain areas where I knew I could push and go fast, like leaving Loreto, where I have some experience, but there are other areas where I knew I just needed to get through and be safe. And so we got the car through the day perfect. We had no flat tires through a million rocks. Yokohama tires were amazing at speeds over 130 miles an hour. And we're glad to be in La Paz, feeling good with a good car.
130 miles an hour is no joke. Hey, we're going to keep this interview focused on you, but I do want to switch gears real quick. Did you see how many fans Larry had over there mobbing that Riviera truck when he pulled in?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Larry in that historic truck, I mean, it's just Baja at its best.
Well, that's why you love coming down here, too, because of the vibe.
Oh, yeah, the vibe. I mean, everywhere we go. Even here, it's a busy population, but in the middle of nowhere, we're seeing people, and they're so excited. They're cheering. I mean, literally, they're most remote parts of the whole course. There's people out there taking videos, cheering us on, and it just feels so good to race through Baja.
Yeah, we actually saw a whole bunch of people, like, on the live stream in front of your car, and we're like, whoa, dude, like, you guys got to chill out.
Yeah, they try to get the shot. They try to get the views and everything. It's sometimes a little bit too close for comfort, but usually they get out of the way, and we try to be careful as well. I mean, we don't want to endanger anybody to try and win a race, so we'll just take our time, be smart, and that's what we're doing. It's working out so far.
Yeah. I was going to say it is working out for you so far. So today it was a lot of twists down the coast, or down the whole peninsula, and a bunch of fast roads too. How was it for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a ton of variety, from wide open to the gnarliest, most technical stuff we've seen in this entire race. So I do love how they switch it up every year. There's totally different trails. It's never the same which way they route us. So I really love how these NORRA courses are laid out, and our car is pretty well suited for all of it.
Yeah, that's cool. And then arriving in La Paz, it does it like if your energy's low, right when you get here, it's right back up again.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of energy in this town. It's a beautiful place to be and a wonderful day.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about the race and your strategy. You have one stage left, and that's from La Paz down to Cabo. Not an easy stage, but a shorter stage. How's it going to be for you guys tomorrow?
Well, as Cameron Steele would say, don't shit the bed is kind of my plan. So I'm just going to try and be smart and safe and get through to the finish. At this point, it looks like our race to lose since we have the overall lead. We just have to get through. I mean, anything can happen with mechanicals and whatnot, so we have to make sure we get back and get the car totally dialed and ready for another big day of racing tomorrow.
Yeah, and then last question, how has it been when people have been riding along with you? Have you been getting text messages from the family and friends and everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. My wife just flew down to Cabo with my son, as well as my mom, and so our whole family is waiting down in Cabo besides my dad and our crew members who we have along the way. I've had some great co-drivers along with me, Evan Erdelli, who also preps the car and does a great job, as well as Rob Schultz, and it takes a total team effort, and I just sit there, push the pedals, and turn the steering wheel, so the guys behind me are the ones that really make this happen.
Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. All right, well, good luck tomorrow. We'll see you at the finish line. Back to you, Sean.
Dave Mason, always just nice and calm, cool in his interviews, and just like he is behind the wheel, man, just relaxed and real easy to talk to. And he's got to be real happy. You know, he's right now, let's say, if you're Dave Mason Jr., right? So, okay, so it's over and done with at the end of the day today, and they go through, Elizeo and everyone goes through all the penalties, this, that, and everything, and it just ends up being, say he ends up being the fastest, and he starts first tomorrow. Well, then, perfect. That's what he wants, right? Or maybe it doesn't happen that way, and he still ends up starting second behind whomever's going to be in that truck, whether it be Mark Post or whoever. And he has to think, well, I want to be starting first. I want to be up front. I wish I won that yesterday, but I lost it to Larry Ragland. That's not so bad. He just said it's a hero of his, and so I think either way right now, Dave Mason Jr. and his team, they're sitting real pretty, and they're having a good time, and there is no shame in beating your hero, in being up on top. And there's also no shame in being second place to a lifelong hero. So I think Dave Mason Jr., he's doing great, and so is his team. So is all of his partners on his team, and so is that race car. So now we see one of our side-by-sides out on course here. And we are continuing to dig on. I think we should have the Cops team about ready to wheel in. So we have Bob Briggs and Cops at the finish line as well right now. So just giving him an opportunity to get dialed in. But I told you, look at everyone just mobbing these trucks. I told you, La Paz is the party that goes off, without a doubt. So here's an opportunity here for us before Briggs gets too mobbed by everyone. We have an opportunity to head on down to Briggs at the finish line and get some information from him, see how his race went.
Wow. You got to La Paz, baby.
I did. This is my third time to try and get down here. Didn't make it past Loreto the first year. Didn't make it past San Felipe the second year, so I'm glad to be here.
Well, it tells a lot about the attrition of this race, man. So you've been done it a couple times, but now you made it, and the vibes down here, you got to be happy.
Oh, yeah, this is awesome. I've been working, spending a lot of money working towards getting here for a couple of years now, so it's a big reward, so it's great.
Well, and you're about to, I don't even know if you want to get out of the truck. You're going to get mobbed by so many fans.
That's okay. I don't mind.
So we were talking with Larry Ragland just a second ago about the nostalgia of this race and some of the vehicles. Give us a breakdown of the vehicle you're driving real quick.
So this started life as a 1990 Class 8 truck built by Dale White, a White Lightning truck. And he raced it through, I think, most of the 90s and then sold the truck and retired it. But the reason I bought this truck is I raced with Jimmy Johnson in 1994 in the Baja 1000. So when I saw it for sale, I thought, well, at least it means something to me and I'll do something with it. So I bought it, raced it a couple times, and did a couple upgrades to it. So it's a little bit more modified than the original Dale White truck.
Well, you just throwing out names. Oh, it's just Jimmy Johnson. But have you ever told Jimmy to watch your live stream so he can critique your driving while you're running down the Mexican Peninsula?
No.
Critiquing enough. Don't worry.
Yeah, he critiques it a lot. Not yet. So just been busy. I know he's busy. I was, just thinking that maybe when his schedule calms down a little bit, and I get a couple miles under my belt, I might call him up and invite him down here and see if he wants to run it again. So
that would be pretty cool, and this is the perfect race to do that, right? Okay, so let's get back to the racing a little bit. How was your day? How was the course?
It was actually flawless. So, I want to maintain a really good pace all day long, but, we're 1,100 miles into the race. So I want to maintain it, and had no flats today because I've had a total of 4 coming to this point. So 3 mystery flats and 1 I actually earned. So just wanted to, manage it, keep the truck together, and be here all in one piece. And maintain a good time because I think 3rd, 4th, and 5th, or 4th, 5th, and 6th, we're all within, I think, a minute of each other. So it was no time to just kind of, lay down. You had to get up on the wheel all day long, but take it easy as well.
Well, you can't see because he's right over to your right corner, but that guy was holding the pace down for you guys. You guys had to chase after him.
Yeah, he's awesome. But, so I'm going to be a smart ass here. So it takes Larry Ragland, Robbie Gordon, and Rob McCachran to beat me. So I'm okay with that.
Hey, we love to hear it, dude. This is all fun racing down the peninsula, man. All right, so
get beat by anybody. If I got to get beat by anybody, those are the guys I want to get beat by. So
absolutely, we agree 100%. All right, well, congratulations for getting to La Paz, and we'll see you in Cabo, buddy.
Absolutely, buddy. Thanks, George.
All right, back to you, Sean.
All right, man, good stuff, and everyone laughing, having a good time. The mood is high down there for Bob Briggs, and just really enjoy himself. And I think it's a great idea. Let's get Jimmy Johnson back down here again. I mean, this is where he started in off-road racing many years ago, and not necessarily where he started, but this is where things really started to take off for him. And why not finish where you started? Come back down and do a NORRA with us. So exciting stuff. So we have now on board with Brad Lovell again and his son as they are getting down towards the end of their NORRA for the day, and day number 5 out of 6. So they are ready to rock and roll. We're going to head down to George and Zach Langley.
Buddy, how's it going so far?
It's going great. We come down here, we know it's a long race, and our game plan is always to just put together a clean day on top of clean day. And we've managed to. So it's easier said than done, but so far it's been 5 really clean days. So we just got to knock 1 more out tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes and where we end up.
So tell me a little bit about these. These things are like gold in Mexico.
Oh, yeah, Steakers. Everyone loves them down here, and you better bring some if you're down here racing. And it creates a lot of goodwill with the fans, and you can see the people out here in La Paz. It's a really cool scene. It's like a fun thing to come in here and just get mobbed by these fans that all want to have your picture taken with you, and they all want stickers. And we're happy to be here and happy to give these out. So
Absolutely. So today's stage was pretty long, 366 miles. It puts some wear and tear on you and the vehicle, but when you get here, man, it's like another level of excitement with all the fans.
It is. The scene here is just crazy. It's great, you know. The people of Baja, they love off-road racing, and for me as a driver, it just gets me more fired up, you know, especially you're out there and you see a crowd, and not always the smartest thing to do, but you might put a little extra effort in a drift, or you might, you know, try to show off a little bit, but it's fun, you know. It's fun when you're doing that kind of thing.
Absolutely. And so you're sharing the driving duties, but tell us how the race is going, you know, strategically for you guys so far.
Strategically,
yeah.
Our game plan is we're just executing it every day, right? And the game plan is just to put clean days together, stay within ourselves, and you know, just execute that clean day and as few mistakes as possible, and you know, everything's going well. So I've been splitting the race with Steve Henscheveld, my buddy, and and he's doing a great job, and I'm trying to do my end of it, and here we are, and I think we're sitting pretty good in our class right now, and we're third overall on the road today, so things are working out so far.
Well, third overall on the road today was no slouch, dude. You guys must have been moving.
We're moving, and you know, we just got to knock that last day out tomorrow and try to be as fast as we can.
All right, well, it's good to see you in La Paz. We'll see you down in Cabo, buddy.
Cheers, man. See you in Cabo.
Back to you, Sean.
All right, so there you have it. Zach Langley handing out stickers. Having a great time down here. No big surprise, and as we hop back on board with PJ Jones, who has had an emotional roller coaster of a day, as running so well, and then having a steering issue, having to get that fixed, broke down for quite some time, and then Max Gordon pulled a massive lead on him, and almost like it was like good night Irene. This race might be all over here, and then Max having some problems, but not done. Max is still on course and chugging along, but chugging along quite slowly. So, is PJ Jones, does he have enough time to catch and get around and make up time on Max? That is a bit of a story there for the UTVs, and only time will tell. As we know, it's going to be a slow go getting Max to the finish line as he's limping it away. And I do believe that as of right now, PJ Jones is a considerable amount of time and miles in race kilometers behind Max, but Max is just limping. So we'll see what happens here as we hop on board with another competitor. Or are we still on board with, here we go, Randy Minier. So time will tell, and it's going to take a lot of time to figure out. Problem is we only have some in-car cams, and our ground footage is about used up. We don't have much more to show you because we are spread so thin across this 308.90 miles. So now coming down to the finish line where the celebration is in La Paz, as the who's who so far has made it down there with all of our top dogs. And it looks like it's going to be a while yet before we see another competitor to the line. So we are spread out rather thin. Great shot of the party just getting underway. Nice little fiesta. As then way back down course, it's getting windier and dustier out on course as some of our competitors are prepared to take the green flag in the last and final, which is the third stage special of today, the third and final of the day. So another one of our UTVs coming to the line. Is they ready to rock and roll? All right, so with no further ado, folks, what a run it was today. It was 3 stages, 3 specials, 78.2, 133.5, 97.2 miles, a total of 308.90 miles. The longest one so far. Tomorrow, it's the last and final day of our 2025 NORRA Baja. Is it going to be an easier one? No, I'm not going to say that. That would be silly of me to say. But it is going to be a shorter one. We have 3 specials tomorrow, leaving the pause in the morning and heading down to San Jose del Cabo, down in Cabo. Stage number 1, the special will be 31.7 miles, considerably shorter. But not as short as the center stage. The middle one, which is the meat in this sandwich, of 16 miles flat, and the last and final will be 63.50 miles at the very end. So it's the longest. The third one is the longest of the 3 stages. So, one more stage to go. As we look up on top of the leader box physically, I do not have the times, but I can tell you across the line first today was the Mark Post team. That was driven by Larry Ragland and navigated by Brent Bowman all day today. They did a phenomenal job. Dave Mason Jr. started second behind him. That's where he finished as well. Then we get into Bob Briggs, Zach Langley, all these top dogs across the line. Brent Fox running really hard, stopped because Baja bit him, had to change the transmission. Let's get into the UTVs. PJ Jones running great, boom, bit by Baja, had some steering problems. Max scored great, boom, bit by Baja. Having some mechanicals right now, nursing it to the end. And that story went on and on and on. Zemek, he was running great, boom, bit by Baja, as his Jackal got tangled up with a fight with one of those trees that jumps out in front of you. So we've seen an awful lot of that today, and it's just a matter of you can't go 5-6 straight days and be perfect, because that's just not the way life is down here. So folks, a lot of great racing yet to go. We're going to be off the starting line tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Please come in and join us. It's going to be a quick one, so be there on time. It's not going to be an all-dayer, because it's a fast run from La Paz down to Cabo. So join us at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for the last and final stage. It's the 6th stage of the 2025 NORRA Baja. And for Bilstein Shocks, Myers Minks, Ford Performance, Speed UTV, and Fab School, I'm Sean Sermony. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early, 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're going racing one more time.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.